Are you ready to go live yet, Mr. UT? We waiting on you, sir. Are we live? I said, are we live? Well, if we live, let's get it. Time for revolution.
Yeah. The one-man show. You know what's wrong with this country? A whole lot, huh? Do you know? No. I know, but y'all don't know. That's all we doing.
Come on with it then.
I'm doing this. Whole lot's going on. Yeah.
I'm defying a legend, a giant, the most gifted SOB to ever hold the MIC. Beat me? Let me read this alarm. Play a role for you to get my soul in your a-hole. But I take you to the truth. I let the knowledge refer. You don't know my friend, but history reminds me. Over your shoulder, brain, you don't get pulled over. Doing hard time for dumb crimes. What is it? Other brothers like me to start a revolution. Bringing you the facts, that's my job. It's accounting on loan from God. We need a revolution. What's the solution? Don't ask me. I don't know. How you like that? Blazing like Star Trek. The only thing I reckon to sound brilliant. Making these stars deliver like a mail carrier. Making all you hoods fall. Glare on your face. I do my damage advance without a trace. I'm trying to make a difference. So how can I ease your pain? Instead of striving to succeed, you hustle just to get by. You see how he was doing? He had a vision. He put his neck out for his people. You see the same thing with some weed and a damn needle. Yo, what's the solution? You know we need a revolution. Come on. What's the solution? We need a revolution. Because doing right is always hard, and it's a talent on loan from God. Bringing you the facts, that's my solution. But now I'm ready. I'm feeling my beat. Cause we battle. I like to stuff you chumps. Sing it, just bring it. Close the door. I got an ass chicken you been waiting for. I got a woman, honey, to make it kill. So at your own risk, I can take you some ass out here. I get laid, but I'm more concerned with laying you down. We're laying you down for no good. Clean up these neighborhoods. Like a lethal weapon. So hide out the project. When you feel, hey, bring your guns to the table. Bring your chains and diamond rings. Old school battles don't mean a damn thing. I got 60 batteries. That's all I need for my Casio. Or I'll give your heart. To help with a casino in Delaware. I find my luck. Bring your bucks. To watch a whole family with my dad. Those are the laws like me. It's all a revolution, yo. One day. We'll find a solution. We need a revolution. What's the solution? Don't ask me. I don't know. It's always hard. Like me. Like on loan from God. Bringing you the facts. That's my job. We take care of our home. You know they should get up here in the morning. 2 o'clock in the damn morning. Bring their ass around. They got school in the morning. You know what I'm talking about. Until we do something, ain't nothing gonna get done. You gonna keep waiting on Mally. You gonna wait on the white man. You wait on Bush. Ain't nothing gonna change. And that's the truth. And I don't care if you like it or you don't like it. We need a revolution. And I'm telling you, what's the solution? When your child gets shot up, we need a revolution. We need a revolution. What's the solution? Everybody gonna give a shit. I'm gonna dare over one man show, and I'm out of here. And that's the word. If you can't deal with it, go crawl in a hole and die. We need a revolution. What's the solution? We need a revolution. What is the solution? Does anybody know? We do need a revolution. But does anybody know what's the solution? I don't have the solution, but I got ideas. But y'all don't want to talk about it. I got plans, but y'all don't want to discuss them. What do y'all want to discuss? Stupid stuff. Stuff that don't matter. Stuff that don't affect your life. That's what you want to talk about. That's why you don't like me. But guess what? I'm going to keep coming at you with stuff you need to hear. Stuff you should know. Stuff you should be worried about. I'm going to keep coming at you. Every day. I'm going to keep banging you upside the head, even though I know you don't want it. You want us to talk about stupid stuff. You want to gossip. You know you want it. You know you want to hear that mess. Excuse me. I'm not going to give it to you. You know, I'm always down in this corner of the screen. I wanted y'all to know we can go bigger too. And I don't have a green screen. I'm actually sitting in front of my window. You know, these are the same curtains, but they ordered 4 days apart. Why is it that this curtain seems newer than the other one? They're the exact same curtain, but this one seems nicer than the first one. Unless I got it up backwards. Maybe I got it up backwards. Maybe that's it. Do I got it backwards? Let me see. Yeah, this really extends over. Do I got it backwards? No. You can see. They both look the same. So how come this one looks so much prettier than this one? I don't know. Maybe y'all can help me out. I don't know. But anyway, let's give everybody a chance to get up in here before we get started. Let's give everybody a chance to get up in here. So let's play one more song, and then we'll get to our topic today. And we got a good one. Another good topic that nobody wants to hear. But it's relevant. I think it's relevant. Hold on. Where's Windows Media? First, I got to take me out. Oops, took out the wrong thing. Whoops. Where am I at? There you go. Take myself out. And let's go to Windows Media. And let's get it. Oh, you already started. Hey, you. Welcome. Come on. People need 2 turntables to do this, or they need to have a computer to work for them. Now, we already know that we got cowards in this sector. Because yesterday, we called everybody out and ain't nobody come. I mean, we called out everybody and nobody came. So I better not hear my name mentioned on anybody else's show. Because I called you out yesterday. I called out everybody. And every person had the courage to come over here and say anything. They always want me to come to their channel. But they ain't talking about nothing. But we have good topics and they won't come over here and talk about it. All you people that love the sin None of you could come explain yourself. None of you could come justify yourself. That's an admission of guilt, that you know you're guilty. And you don't even have the courage to say, well, you know, let me come on in here and admit it. Nope. You don't even have the courage of your convictions. You choose your sin over God. And you're not even man or woman enough to stand behind your convictions. I hope you have a good time in hell. Oh, you can't say that. It's the truth, whether you like it or not. But that's not our topic tonight. But if somebody want to revisit it, I'm open to it. Our topic tonight is, what's more important to you? What is more important to you? When you're looking for your mate to spend the rest of your life with, you know, after you get tired of fornicating around and playing Russian roulette with herpes, AIDS. When you get tired of playing Russian roulette with syphilis, gonorrhea, when you get tired of making all these bastard babies that you don't want, when you get tired and you make the decision that you want to settle down with somebody, do you look for somebody that looks nice, or do you look for somebody who you're compatible with? What's more important? Would you rather have somebody that's beautiful and everybody compliments you on having them on your arm? Oh, that's a beautiful lady you got. Oh, that's a hunk of a man you got. And they got rocks in their head. Or is it more important to have a mate that people might glance at and keep going, but that you actually enjoy spending your time with? Is it worth it to you to have somebody pretty on your arm, but be afraid what they might say in front of your people? Yeah, I know she dumb, but at least she look good. Yeah, I know he lazy, but and ignorant, but look how handsome he is. Is that more important to you? Because I've told y'all, the secret to a good relationship is, can you spend your time with them and not have any outside stimuli? Meaning, other people don't have to be around. You don't have to be out at the restaurant. You don't have to be out at the club. You don't have to be out around a bunch of other people. If you're in the house, you can just sit there and talk to each other, and time go by, and you ain't looking at your watch saying, hey, the game about to come on. Or, hey, my love and hip hop get ready to come on. If you can't do that, you should not be in that relationship. So I'm asking you, what's more important? Being with somebody who might be okay looking, but you love to spend time with, or somebody who look good, and once you have sex, you don't care what they do. Long as they ain't sleeping with somebody else, you don't care what they do. What's more important to you? That's our question for today. Let me check the chat and see if anybody got any comments. I don't understand why everybody's so afraid to comment in the chat. You ain't got no problem when we were talking about somebody in the sector, you be running your mouth. How come nobody wants to talk about real issues? I'm at a loss for words. I asked the Spirit, what do you want me to talk about? And we come here and do it. And nobody wants to talk about it. Why is that? But if we was talking about what somebody in the sector was doing, everybody would jump on it. I don't understand it. I'm trying to understand. Why is it that you don't want to talk about the real issues? This is a good topic. Are you more concerned with how somebody look? Or are you more concerned about spending your time with somebody and enjoying yourself? Looking forward to coming home and having a good time and not having to be out drinking, not having to get high in order for y'all to have a good time, not to have a lot of people around in order for y'all to have a good time, not to be out taking a horse carriage ride through the park or being in a fancy restaurant or being in the club with the VIP seating to be seen. If you have to do these things to have a good time with your mate, tell me why that's a good thing. You heard me say if you can't have a good time without those things, you shouldn't be together. If you're only with somebody because they got money, or they got prestige, or that family got a name in the town, or if they look good, if that's the only reason you with somebody, the relationship not gonna last because your foundation is superficial. I keep telling y'all, you gotta have a good foundation to build anything. And if your foundation is looks, what happens when the person get old and the looks fade away and that pretty face get all wrinkled and that firm body with the muscles, the six-pack, turn into a 25-pack of jelly rolls? Are you still going to be attracted to that person if you only got them for looks? Now, some people age well. We had a story on where a young man killed his ex-girlfriend because she didn't want to be with him anymore. Did you see how the mother looked? That's going to be that girl in 25 years. Did you see how the mother looked? The mother had moles all on her face and was fat and pudgy. You killing a woman that's going to look like that. Because 25 years from now, you're not going to want it anymore. So you sacrifice your life. You're going to do 25 to life in prison for killing a woman that in 20 years you won't even want to touch. I'm just being honest. Hey, what's going on, Tony? Tony said, yup, like what happened with my third and fourth wives. Well, explain, Tony. Tony says, although my third wife gave me 3 wonderful kids. Well, Tony, explain. Did you just marry her for looks? Or did y'all really have a good time together, no matter where you was at? Because that's the secret. If you just land, if y'all just sitting on the porch on the swing and looking at the stars and looking at the moon, you know, and y'all just sit there and just enjoying each other's company, that's the power. That's the power of matrimony. But if you got to have other stuff going on, you got to have other things around you. You got to be out and about and be seen. You got to be partying. Or you need some kind of drug to make you be with this person. Like I know some people, if they don't get tipsy, they ain't no good in the bedroom. I know some people that they don't take the drugs. They are dead in the sack. If the only reason you with somebody is because of how they look or because of the sex, Tony said, although my third wife gave me 3 wonderful kids, my second only gave me 2 kids. Tony said, strictly looks, I was young and dumb. He said, then I was in denial. Well, thank you, Tony. That was very honest of you to say. Tony opened the gate. Anybody else got a comment? Come on, there's 9 of y'all here. See, what happens as young men, we want to find the sexiest looking woman that we can get so that when we go places and she on our arm, other men look and say, wow, she's pretty. He must really be something to catch that. That's what men look for. I don't know who came up with that, but that's what men look for. Women are different. Women want what other women want. If a woman sees that other women are chasing a guy, even if they don't like the guy, they want to be the one to get him. Don't believe me? Explain to me why a man that got 4 kids by 4 different women is still highly sought after. A man that got 4 kids by 4 different women and ain't taking care of none of them. Why is he highly sought by the women in his circle? Because the women think, well, he did them like that. I'm better than those women. He's not going to do me like that. And she becomes number 5. Then another woman comes along and says, oh, he got 5 kids by 5 different women. And there it is, down to 0. He's got 5 kids by 5 different women. But he's not going to do me like that. Y'all just didn't know what to do with the man. Y'all didn't know how to control him. But I can do it. See, women want you when other women want you. You could be around a woman and chase her for years. She don't pay you a bit of mind. Hook up with one of her girlfriends. Let the girlfriends be like, oh, he's so nice and he take me out and he get me flowers and he always remember our anniversaries and he good in the bedroom. Ding! Guess what? That woman wants you now. She's known you long before the woman you with known you. But she didn't care about you. She never even thought of you like that. But as soon as she start bragging about how good you are, all of a sudden, guess what? It's her mission to get you. Because see, she's better than her friend. In her mind, she's better. He shouldn't be with her. I'm better than she is. I'm better at my job than she is. I'm a better cook than she is. I'll make a better wife than her. I'm going to take her man because I'm better. See, women don't necessarily go for looks. Women go for what the other women think look good. Hey, Nia, men just go for looks. If a man look at you and ain't turned on, he won't chase you. It don't matter who you with. If he don't look at you and get turned on, unless you got some money, he ain't gonna fool with you. Now, some men would date a friend of somebody they want just to be close to that somebody, but they looking for an opportunity to make a move on the one they want. That's why women have to be careful of who they select. Make sure that that man is down for you. A lot of the times, he's just dating you to get close to the woman that he wants. But women want what their friends have. I've had several women tell me, I like certain things done to me, and I don't feel like training a man. You's a nice guy, but I don't feel like training a man. I want a man that's already been trained, so I want a man that's in a long relationship with another woman, and I just take them because she done all the work, and I get to come in and get all the pleasure. Any of y'all ever heard that before? See, here we keep it real. I've been told by several women. I remember I was taking a woman to the courthouse. The woman's face was all busted up. But she was still pretty, just busted up. And I was talking to her, and I said, what happened to you? And she said her boyfriend beat her up. She said it ain't the first time. I said, why would you be with a man that beats you up? Because everybody's scared of him. And I feel safe when I'm with him. But he beats you up all the time. I know, but I feel safe when I'm with him. See, if I was with a guy like you, I had to be worried about somebody messing with me. But when I'm out with him, nobody don't mess with him. So I feel safe. I said, you stupid. And she started to rail up, and I told her, I said, no, you stupid. You feel safe with a man that beats you up. You say he protect you, but who protects you from him? That doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense at all. Well, all the other girls, they would love to have him. They keep trying to take him from me, but I'm not going to let them get him. Wait a minute. You with a man because you feel safe because people are scared of him, but yet he beats you up. But you don't want to let him go because other women will take him in a blink. That's the reason for you to stay with him. She said, yeah, and I'm going to the courthouse right now, and I'm just going to scan. I'm going to wait until they about to get a decision, and then I'm going to drop the charges. That'll show them. Is this how women really think? Is this how our women really think? You wonder why the children are screwed up? This is what they believe. That man is a good pick because she feels safe with him, but he keep putting her hands on him. And she don't go to her father, her brother, her uncles and say, hey, this man putting his hands on me. She's going to the government to try to get him to stop. What? Somebody make me understand this. But this is what goes on in people. And I'm trying to make sense of it. I don't care how good somebody is in the bed. I don't care how much money they make. I don't care how much power their family might have in your town. Ain't nobody worth being with that's using you as a punching bag. Don't you have any self-esteem? And then you say that people are afraid of him, and that's the reason why you hang with him. But you afraid of him. You should not be afraid of your mate. You should feel comfortable and safe. How can you feel comfortable and safe if you have to worry about him putting his hands on you? How does that make sense? How does that make sense? And then you go, well, you know, if I would stop doing what I'm doing, maybe he wouldn't hit me. You know, sometimes I'll be on the phone with my girlfriends and I don't have his food ready when he come home from work. Or sometimes I don't have his bath drawn. Or sometimes I don't have the bed made up. Sometimes I don't have the children put down before he get home. I might be watching my stories and don't have the game on when he come in. He get mad and beat me up. So it's my fault. No, it's your fault for standing. It's your fault for putting up with it. It's your fault for rationalizing his bad behavior because you don't want some other woman to take this man that's brutalizing. That's a sickness. But it's going on in our community. How come nobody talks about it? Why do we sweep this kind of stuff under the rug? How come we don't deal with these issues? I've told y'all several times. Back in the old days, all the way up to like 1950, the women didn't pick their husbands. The fathers did. So women have been picking their husbands for the last, 90 years? And it ain't going too well, is it? It ain't going too well. I remember, and I was a youngster, but I remember when I used to watch TV, the girls would have to bring their dates before they even go on a date. They had to bring them home so the parents could check them out. If the parents didn't approve, there wasn't no date. You had to ask the girl's father for her hand in marriage. In biblical days, you had to pay money to the father. But in that time of the 60s, you had to come and meet the father. If the father didn't approve, there wasn't no marriage. Because see, the parents of the bride, since they didn't offer the dowry anymore, they didn't pay for the woman anymore, the parents are responsible for the price of the wedding. See, everything switched before. The groom father had to pay the bride's father something of value for the marriage. But see, the Europeans changed that and said, that's okay. The parents are responsible for the price of the wedding. So that meant if the parents didn't approve of you, they're not going to pay for no wedding. And you know, you got rebellious kids that said, hey, we'll pay for it ourselves. This is the evolution. This is the evolution. I'm showing you how it started and then how it changed. As we start to say we're going to do what we want to do, we're going to change everything around. Women started making their own money. They didn't need their parents to pay for the wedding. Almost every TV show you see, they always talking about we saving up for the wedding. Why are they saving up for the wedding? Because the parents don't approve of it. Because the parents are supposed to pay for the wedding. The parents don't approve of the union. So the women said, well, I got my own job now. I don't need your money. And see, as you separate from the family, as you separate, the morals get weaker. As you start to say, I'm going to do what I want to do. And you save your money up, then you get married, you have a couple of kids, and then what? You decide, you know what? My parents was right. He ain't worth 2 pieces of dookie. But now you're locked into the marriage. So you try to hang on. And then guess what happened? It break up. And now you settled with 2 or 3 kids. You don't look as good as you used to. And you're back on the market. And then you realize before you got married, you had a whole bunch of men to choose from. But after you and put some age on you, it's like a car. As soon as you drive a car off the dealership lot, it starts depreciating. And I'm sorry, women, when you get older and when you get a bunch of kids, you start to depreciate on the market. And chances are you have to wind up with that nerd or with that bum that followed you in high school that you wouldn't give 10 clicks to. Now all of a sudden you find yourself dating that person because that's the only person that'll date you. If you know this beforehand, maybe you won't make these mistakes. But when somebody try to tell you something, you want to beat them up. Get out of my face. I do what I want to do. And when you do what you want to do, you pay the consequences, and so do your kids, and you start a pattern that can't be stopped. And I say all this to come back to our topic. If you're not with somebody who you can have fun with, who you have a good time when it's just y'all two together, when you ain't got to have nothing going on. Because I remember growing up. Some of y'all that's in my age range, y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all would see the couples on TV. The man would come home with his paper under his arm. The woman would greet him at the door, kiss him. He would come in, the kids would come downstairs and say hi, tell him about that day. They go back upstairs. The man would sit there and read his paper while he waited for dinner to be ready. The whole family would come together. They would eat dinner. They would have a good conversation. Then the kids, at the dessert, would go upstairs. Then the father would go back and turn the TV on. And the wife would come and snuggle under his arm. And they would just sit there, and he would tell her how her day was, and she would tell him how their day was. And then eventually, they would go upstairs. They would check on the kids, tuck them in, and then they would go in their room and turn the TV on in there, and then they would get in the bed and lay down, and then that was it. That was marriage in the 1950s and 60s. What do you see now when you turn the TV on? You see the kids running all around the house. The man come home, don't nobody even notice. The wife on the phone, talking to one of her girlfriends. The man looking in the refrigerator trying to find something to eat Because ain't nothing prepared for them. The kids don't even come down and say, hey, Dad, how was your day? Even when Al Bundy came home, everybody would come downstairs and say, hey, Dad. Sometimes Bud and the dumb blonde girl would say, hey, could I have some money? But they came down and greeted him. You watch the show tonight, the man come to my house. Oh, hey, honey, I didn't know you was home. This is what happened when you start to break away. When you let the moles go, you break away. The same way that we breaking away from God and we getting sicker and we getting all these diseases because we're breaking away from God. And even though we still got his spirit in us, we're not connected to him. And we're breaking away and we getting weaker and we dying earlier and we getting more sicknesses. How come nobody makes the connection that we are not connected? As we lose more and more of our morals every day, things get worse. Why are teens carjacking people? We have a video today of two teens that carjacked a woman and threw the baby at her. Who raised these animals? Now, some would say at least they didn't take the car with the baby in it. But how you throw a baby at somebody? What kind of animal would throw a baby knowing that you could cripple that child? You know that you got to handle babies with care. How you throw a baby at somebody? Who raised these animals? Goes back to what I said about the connection. As we start to do what we want to do, we break in the connection. Because see, when somebody try to correct you, you say, you know what? I'm not going to stay here. I'll go start my own. That's why we got so many churches. Everybody go start their own. Well, in my church, we do whatever we want to do. We not worried about the Bible. We do what we want to do. Yeah, I know God don't like it, but he'll understand. See, that's how you convince yourself. The same way you convince yourself. I don't like this man. He won't work. I don't like this man. He don't respect me. I don't like this man. But everybody else want the man. So I want him. Even though I know he's trifling. I know he just lay around and sponge off me. But if I let him go, the woman down the road looking at him. The woman at the coffee house looking at him. The woman that work at the supermarket is looking at him. They want him. I can't let them have him. Even though I shouldn't want him. I don't want them to have him. Me worrying about them having him is more important than anything else. I'm not even taking into account the messed up kids we're going to have. I'm not even taking into account the life I'm going to lead. But it's more important to me to keep him away from these women so that I can look at him in their face and say, yeah, I got him. I'm better than you. Why do we do it? So what's more important to you? How somebody look? What kind of income they have? What kind of power do they or their family have in your community? Is that what's most important to you? Or is it somebody who you compatible with? Somebody who you don't mind spending the rest of your life with? What's more important? That's all I'm asking. What's more important to y'all? Let's take a look at our first article. So let me take myself out here. Oops. Without no particular order. The first kiss was so amazing you were overcome with starry-eyed dreaminess, and there were imaginary fireworks going off around you. It's just a shame you had nothing to talk about over dinner. Or was it the other way around? Loads in common, but the butterflies and physical attraction just wasn't there. It's that age-old question. Is chemistry more important than compatibility or vice versa? We're all looking for the perfect relationship, but is there such a thing, and can we realistically have it all? Chemistry versus compatibility. Compatibility usually corresponds to the long-term potential between a couple. You like the same food, you're into the same music, and share the same sense of humor. In fact, you get on so well, you believe you're the perfect match. That is, of course, until you decide to take your relationship to the next level. When it comes to anything physical, the pieces of the puzzle just don't seem to fit. Essentially, compatibility is the similarity between lifestyles and values that make the relationship work without too much forcing or compromising on anyone's part. But on the flip side of the coin, you don't enjoy the same social activities, you have the opposite taste in music, and you can't agree on what restaurant to go to for dinner. However, you're so physically attracted to each other, you're convinced you will never feel this way about anyone ever again. Chemistry largely relies on biology and is that intangible, unspoken connection that results in feelings of lust, sexual excitement, and romance. There's no real logic to chemistry, but when you have it with someone, you just feel it. So back to our earlier question, does one always win over the other in terms of being more important to the success of the relationship, or is it possible to ever have both? Should we be happy to compromise one or the other, have the chemistry, and learn to love the things we really don't like in our partner, or create our own chemistry based on shared interests and passions? In most relationships, one may be a higher priority than the other, and likewise, the absence of one may be a deal breaker for some. So how does this translate? Wait a minute. How does it translate to online dating? Online dating is primarily about judging people on the information you have about them, the information they put in their profile, and the photo they choose to represent themselves with online. So what if you find someone online who is perfect on paper? They tick all the right boxes, so to speak, and your profile seems tailor-made for each other. You send them a message, they reply, and the more and more you talk to them, the more you're convinced they're your soulmate. Everything's going great. So you arrange to meet up only to find that there's no chemistry between you on the actual date, and everything falls a bit flat. Likewise, it's all too easy to write someone off because their ideals don't match our own. Simply moving on to the next profile because they tick sport as an interest as opposed to the movies box. However, who's to say that just because you don't look compatible on paper, you won't have chemistry in real life? The lesson here is that until you give someone a chance, you'll never know whether or not you're a good match, compatibility-wise or chemistry-wise. Love operates on many levels, including both biology and behavior. So don't judge a person solely on their online profile. It's up to you to give them a chance and decide what feels right. The rest will all slot into place. That's it. Okay. It started out good until they got to the online dating part. Let's get to our next article. I pick these at random. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they ain't. Why compatibility is more important than chemistry? I started dating my first serious boyfriend when I was 19. I was a sophomore in college and I met him at a frat party. One of my friends, who was a fellow writer for our campus newspaper, was a member of this fraternity, and he would invite me to his house parties. After becoming somewhat of a regular there, I met Eric, not his real name. Eric was a member of that fraternity and an engineering student. We were in the same grade level, but he had a late birthday, so he was already 20. He was very attractive in a cute nerd kind of way, and we immediately hit it off. We became official after dating for about a month. I loved how book smart he was because it made me assume he was going places in life. He was a very good guy who always treated me well, and we had so much fun quoting SpongeBob and drinking Malibu rum together. I loved that he could easily get alcohol from his older frat brothers since we were both underage. And once he turned 21, he started buying it for me himself. But unfortunately, those were pretty much the only things we had in common. The first 6 months of our relationship were incredible. It was kind of an endless blur of drinking, SpongeBob, and lots of sex at his frat house, which felt harmless at that age. But reality eventually set in. Although Eric was incredibly book smart, he wasn't very driven. I had big dreams for after college, like moving to Los Angeles and making a living in some sort of creative industry. But Eric had no idea what he wanted to do with his life besides work at Taco Bell in our small Midwestern college town. He didn't care about school at all either. He just wanted to stay in his room and play video games whenever we weren't spending time together. He stopped going to class and then dropped out at the beginning of our junior year because he was already failing everything anyway, and he was already beginning to let himself go at age 20. Eric was a very handsome guy, but he was relying solely on good genetics and leftover muscle from being a top high school athlete. His current lifestyle, full of junk food, beer, and sitting on the couch, was causing him to start gaining weight. I've been passionate about health and fitness since I was 16, so watching him stuff his face with crap every day really turned me off. When Eric told me he was planning to drop out, I begged him to stay in school. I created this vision in my head of us becoming a power couple, and it was in that moment that I realized it wasn't going to happen. I thought his laziness might just be a phase though, so I continued to date him, hoping we'd get through it together and come out stronger. But I also started checking out other hot guys on campus who seemed like they'd be a better fit for me. I didn't know what to do. There was a part of me that wanted to dump Eric because his laziness turned me off so much. But there was also a part of me that still had very strong feelings for him, which in hindsight was really me just having a lack mindset because he was my first serious boyfriend. We did break up about a month later though, after dating for 9 months. Although he was the one who dumped me, it was actually a pretty mutual breakup. We talked about it in person and he told me that I didn't do anything wrong. He just realized we were no longer a good match. We simply didn't have enough in common to make the relationship sustainable any longer. I was sad to see things end even though I knew he was right. We were really a terrible fit for each other. My relationship with Eric taught me a very important lesson though, that compatibility is a major factor when it comes to how successful a relationship will be long term, and chemistry alone can only take you so far. I thought we were compatible in the beginning though, because we both loved SpongeBob and beer. But what I didn't realize is compatibility is so much more than just having the same surface level interests. It needs to be much deeper than that. Sure, it's pretty awesome when you and your partner both like the same music or movies, or when you have similar hobbies you can do together. It can be a lot of fun to share those things with someone. But if you don't have the same values, lifestyles, and life goals, you'll end up resenting each other down the road. You might really enjoy each other's company for a few months or so, but eventually the honeymoon phase will end and reality will set in. And then you'll have to make some tough choices. You may be able to prolong the relationship if both of you are young, like if you're still in high school or college, but it will most likely end once you both graduate and move on to the next phase of your life. Proper compatibility becomes very important when dating as an adult over the age of 25 or so. If you're not sure how compatible you are with someone, it's best to just ask them questions in casual conversation. Find out what their career and personal goals are and what a typical day looks like in their life. Ask them whether they want to live in the future and if they want to get married or have kids someday. And make sure you find out those things fairly early on, so you're not wasting too much time if it turns out you're not a good match. When I look back on things, I say Eric was the perfect boyfriend for 19-year-old me. Sure, our relationship was mostly based on the shared love of SpongeBob and underage drinking, but that's probably pretty normal for college couples. Since we weren't yet in a phase of our lives when we needed to make major decisions, our relationship really didn't hold me back from anything. But if I were to date him now at age 28, that would not be the case. I haven't spoken to Eric much since we broke up, but I'm still friends with him on Facebook, and I'm actually still pretty close with his mom, who sometimes gives me on updates on his life. Last time I checked, I saw he is now overweight and living in Colorado somewhere. I don't know if he ever went back to college or what he's doing for work, but it's not Taco Bell. And he got married to a girl who looks like a better match for him than I was. He seems very happy. I actually remember writing a congratulations message on his Facebook wall when I saw the post about their wedding announcement. I was genuinely happy for him because he's a super great guy who deserves a great marriage, just not to me. All right, anybody have any comments on our topic? We're going to do things in reverse today. Let me go to the bathroom. We're going to come back and do the CV numbers. And then we're going to look at some news articles that I pulled up. So, let me play a song for y'all real quick. Why am I not saying it? There it is. Play the one in 8D.
Yo, this Bro Daryl, the One Man Show, coming at you with a remix. I know this is something you can get with, because we all want cash. We all want to be wealthy. Here comes my intro. Yo, when it comes to women, I'm selfish. I don't want to share them. I want to be rich so I can own a harem. Most brothers can't satisfy one. Shucks, give me 5 and I'll make them all come. Shoot, give me 6 or 7 and I'll be in heaven. But ain't nobody in this world want to give me nothing. To get something, you have to earn it or take it. The ends justify the means, so take it any way you can get it. Don't sweat how, just get it. I want to die in Baltimore, but not poor. I want to be chilling with my minions on the eastern shore or the suburbs of D.C. Yo, nod your head if you're feeling me. I don't want an apartment or regular home. I want 5 acres so my seed can roam the prairie. And I can have parties and mad cookouts. See, that's what I'm talking about. Some say I'm never satisfied, that's true, but you can always do better. So realize, wake up and smell some coffee. Don't get that man joke off me. I refuse to label all my life as I broke. That's not a joke, but that's the lifestyle of my black folks. Unless you got talent, and that's no guarantee. You got to have smart, a lot of heart, and that describes me. Yo, I want to make $1 million, have money spilling, God willing. I'm I'm gonna make it. And no man, no government or army is ever gonna take it. Yo, I ain't trying to front. Money is what I want. I wanna be rich, so when I come outside, I see oak trees, not bottles, bums, and bags of debris. Yo, I need to make $1 million. I know y'all feeling this. Yo, if you ain't down, you can't get with this. Check out this hit, check out the rhymes I spit. I'm setting it off, doing my own thing, blasting off. I'm my own boss, I want to make $1 million and be filthy rich. I want gold, I want a rope, but I'm not willing to sell my soul. I can't throw a football, don't possess the height to dunk. Can't box like Tyson, but I ain't no punk. I want to be iced out, surrounded by girls. I want to tame the world. Be a community activist on a nationwide level. How I advise to keep me out of trouble because it follows me wherever I go, because when I broke roads, I would try to slow down. I'd rather be reaching for the stars I want it all. A mansion, a business, and fancy cars, one for each day of the week, with the tinted windows so you hoes and bros can't peek. And who I'm riding with, I'll be flipping off the cops. I'll be talking making faces. The Alps and Jamaica be the places I visit for vacation. I want a maid and a butler to be my personal slave, and I would be for those who need help. When I get rich, I won't keep it all to myself. Yo, I need to make $1 million, have money spilling, God willing, I'm gonna make it, and no man, no government army will ever take it. Yo, I ain't trying to front, money is what I want. I'm trying to get rich, yo. When I come outside, I want to see oak trees, not bottles, bums, and bags of debris. Yo, I need to make $1 million. Yo, I want to be rich so I can hit every bit in the lane. I want to find a cure for AIDS so I can stay laid. But I want to stay paid, but I want to be wealthy with no financial worry. I want to be buried in a tomb near a lagoon or pond. I wish I had a magic wand, and with one wave, my troubles would be gone. And I want close to me, whatever shed I did. 1970 was a good year, I know, because that's the year I was born. My mom's name is DERRICK, which is the device that draws all our money maker. That wasn't that nice, so I was destined to have cancer right from the start. And when my mom died, you know it broke my heart, because I was barely paying the rent. So now my time is spent fighting, scheming, and dreaming of hitting it big, one plan after another. So for me, my family, and my mother, yo, I need to make $1 million. That's what I'm talking about, yo. I ain't trying to die broke. You know what I'm saying? So check it out, yo. I need to make $1 million, have money spilling, God willing, I'm gonna make it, and no man, no army or government is ever gonna take it. Yo, I ain't trying to front money, cash money. What I want to be rich, so when I come outside, I can see oak trees, not bottles, bums, and bags of debris. You know what I'm saying? That city life, yo.
And we need some volume. Hold on, man. I'm ready to get down. Come on.
I don't want to die poor and bought some more. I want a mansion on the eastern shore or Ocean City. Have a nice beach house, block right everyone over, and we can get down. Pound for pound, I'll take francs, pesos, whatever. I just need $1 million. BROTHA with a one-man show with a remix. I'm gonna let this play out. You on the back of the cab, I know you nod your head to this. I'm out.
Yes, sir, yes, sir. That's all we need calls the deep song. What are we drinking? My A&W sugar free. That's what we're drinking, Miss Nia. My A&W sugar free. Do, 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 do. All right. Let me block this here. All right. Let's get to the CV numbers because I want to do it the way I want to do it, and I don't want it to be too late. I was real quiet yesterday because it was like 1 something in the morning. So let's go ahead and do it now and get it out the way. Let's go ahead and do it now. It's only 9:48. So we should be able to do it, and then we'll get to our stories. And we got some sad news today. We'll get to it. We got 26,911,375 cases of the CV. We're going on 27 million, y'all. We got 454,213 deaths of the coronavirus that we know of so far. All right, let's get it. California knows how to party in the city called Watts. Crime in the CV, that's all they got. I'm talking about California. California has 18,266 new cases of the CV today. They lost 408 people. They got almost 1.7 million infected. Texas, 21,929 new cases a day. They lost 107 people. They got 355,000 infected. Florida, Florida, 5,730 new cases. They lost 206 people today. They got 814,500 infected. New York, 9,424 new cases. They lost 178 people today. They got 867,000 infected. Illinois, 2,312 new cases. They lost 20 people today. They got almost 179,000 infected. Georgia on my mind. I caught the midnight train to Georgia. And I'm warning you, as I'm bringing the CV I got from California. They got 3,034 new cases today. They lost 44 people. They got 501,500 infected. Oh, hi, oh. I said, oh, hi, oh. They got 3,287 new cases. They lost 53 people. They got 101,500 infected. Pennsylvania, they got 3,689 new cases today. They lost 27 people. They got 136,000 infected. Arizona, they got 3,741 new cases. And they only lost 4. They got 645,000 infected. There ain't nothing finer than the mountain inclines of North Carolina. They got 3,776 new cases. They lost 7 people. They got 68,000 infected. Tennessee, they got 1,326 new cases today. They lost 103 people. They got 34,000 infected. New Jersey, 3,517 new cases. They lost 30 people. They got 280,000 infected. Indiana, they got 1,709 new cases. They lost 15 people today. Somebody better find my hookah. They got 211,000 infected. Now we go to Michigan. What up, though? where they got 1,539 new cases. They lost 11 people. They got 115,000 walking around infected. Wisconsin, they got 750 new cases, and they only lost one. They got 18,500 infected. Massachusetts, they got 2,398. You might as well say they got 2,400 new cases. They lost 30 people. They got 72,000 infected. Virginia, they got 2,861 new cases. They lost 10 people. They got 460,000 and a half walking around infected. Missouri, 1,240 new cases. They lost 13 people. They got 296,500 infected. Minnesota, they got 721 new cases. They only lost 2. They got 8,800 walking around infected. Alabama. Can I say it again? I said Alabama. They got 1,221 new cases, and they lost 9. They got 211,000 walking around infected. Ain't nothing finer than the shores of South Carolina. They got 2,530 new cases of the coronavirus. They lost 241 people today. They got 241,000 infected almost. Louisiana, they got 965 new cases. They lost 53 people. They got 48,000 plus infected. Colorado, they got 884 new cases, and they only lost 4. They got 279,000 infected. Oklahoma, they got 1,396 new cases. They lost 17 people. They got 29,000 infected. Oh, shucky ducky, it's time to go to Mitch McConnell's town of Kentucky. State of Kentucky. They got 1,617 new cases. They lost 35 people. They got 317,000 plus infected. Ain't nobody caroling in my state of Maryland. We got 1,163 new cases of the coronavirus. We lost 27 people. Thank God I ain't one of them. We got 339 people infected in my little state. Quick draw McGraw. It's time to go to Utah. They got 584 new cases. They only lost 3. They got 38,000 people infected. Iowa. 572 new cases in Iowa. They only lost 5. They got 32,000 walking around infected. Washington State, they got 2,100 new cases today. They lost 25 people to the coronavirus. They got 165,500 infected. The fake Kansas, Arkansas, 1,226 new cases. They lost 27 people. They got 17,000 walking around infected. Nevada, 838 new cases. They lost 8 people. They got 91,000 infected. Kansas, we got the ease on down the road. Come on, we got a ease on down the road. Don't let that coronavirus be a load. Come on, let's ease on down the road. Kansas, they got 1,911 new cases. They lost 12 people. They have no active stats. Then you got Mississippi. You got M-I, a crooked letter I, crooked letter I, humpback I. Mississippi. You got 705 new cases. They lost 11 people today. They got 47,000 infected. Connecticut, They got 3,931 new cases. They lost 73 people today. They got 181,000 people walking around infected. No stats for Nebraska. You got New Mexico. Can I say it again? We got New Mexico. New Mexico, 486 new cases today. They lost 12 people to the coronavirus. They got 67,000 infected. Idaho, 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 Idaho. 482 new cases. They lost 10 people. They got almost 79,000 infected. Oregon, 957 new cases, and they only lost one. They got no active stats. West Virginia, 424 new cases. They only lost 4. They got 20,500 infected. It's time to roll that R. You got Rhode Island. I can do better than that. We got to roll that R. I said Rhode Island. 249 new cases. They only lost 5. They got 107,000 infected. South Dakota. They got 65 new cases. And they lost none. They got 2,800 people infected in South Dakota. North Dakota. 53 new cases. And they lost none. They got 953 people walking around infected. I want to see Tito Santana wrestle. Pass me a banana because we going to Montana. 121 new cases, and they lost 1. They got 3,600 people walking around infected. Let's go to Delaware. I said Delaware. They got 424 new cases in Delaware. They lost 11 people today. No active stats. New Hampshire. They got 363 new cases. They only lost 2. They got 4,600 people infected right now. Alaska. They picked up 70 new cases of the coronavirus, and they lost none. They got 1,100 people walking around infected. I'm sorry, they got... Wait a minute, where are we at? I lost myself. Where was we at? I lost where we were. Where was we at, y'all? Are we doing Alaska? They don't have no stats. I lost where I was. My bad. That's all right. We'll go to Wyoming. 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 Wyoming, 145 new cases, and they lost none. They got 1,100 people walking around infected. It's a pain to be in Maine. It's so mundane. Everything seems the same. It's so boring. It'll leave you snoring. It's a strain to live in Maine. Maine, 219 new cases. They only lost 5. They got 26,500 infected. The District of Columbia, 136 new cases. They only lost 3. They got 10,000 people in the district infected. Hawaii. Hawaii 5-0. They got 90 new cases, and they lost none. They got 12,000 people walking around the island infected. It's time to go to Nighthawk country. We're going to Vermont. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Vermont, 118 new cases of the CV. They only lost 1. They got 3,600 people infected in Vermont. It's time to roll that off. We're going to Puerto Rico. We can do better than that. We're going to Puerto Rico. They got 1,340 new cases. They lost 7 people in Puerto Rico today. They got almost 83,000 infected. To the island of Guam, they picked up 21 cases, and they lost none. They got 102 people walking around infected. No stats for the Virgin Islands, no stats for the Mariana Islands, no stats for American Samoa. The U.S. military, 6,446 new cases, and they lost 5. They got 80,000 and a half walking around infected. Veteran Affairs, 102 new cases. 25 veterans died today. They got 11,500 infected. Federal prisons, 251 new cases, and they lost 2. They got 11,500. I'm sorry, they got 4,600 infected. No stats for the Navajo. You got 26,000. I'm sorry, I keep saying 1,000. 26,911,375 known cases of the CV, the coronavirus, in the United States. New cases today, 125,454. Total deaths, the amount of Americans that we know of that we lost to the CV, 454,213. How many people died today? 1,904. How many people are walking around the United States right now infected with the coronavirus? You got 9,827,632 U.S. citizens that are walking around right now infected with the coronavirus. And I'll say it again, thank God I'm not one of them, and I hope that the listeners of this show are not one of them either. Alrighty, y'all, that was our CV stats. We went on and got them out the way early instead of doing them in the wee hours. We went on and got it out the way, for my neighbors. Now, let's get to our videos. Wait a minute, where are you, dear? Oops, went too far. All righty. I pulled these up right before I came on.
Offering sincere regret for what happened to one of its customers last month. Eric Martin was arrested at the Speedway on Kenmore Avenue after a cashier called Town of Tonawanda police claiming he was trying to cash in a stolen lottery ticket. Madison Carter joining us now in the newsroom with reaction from Martin's family. Madison.
Yeah, Ashley, representatives for Eric Martin say this played out just months after what we saw with George Floyd in Minneapolis, and they said this was a very similar situation. They said this 30-year-old was arrested in front of his family over a $30 lottery ticket. Now, this is some video of that arrest. A store clerk called the police, falsely accusing Eric Martin of trying to cash in on this stolen ticket. The night before, there was a break-in at the Speedway where items, including lottery tickets, were taken from the shop. His attorney says he was fearful of getting into a police car after stating his innocence, which is why he is seen resisting officers as he was arrested in front of his wife, infant daughter, and 9-year-old son. His attorney says he was taken into an interrogation room at the police station and then strip searched. Representatives for the family say none of this should have ever happened.
We want to be very positive that you are aware that this is an outstanding young man. But even if he had made mistakes, even if he had a past, which Eric doesn't, even if he wasn't a homeowner and wasn't making a great salary, it shouldn't have happened.
And just a week after that arrest, the Speedway store sent an email to the town of Tonawanda police confirming the tickets were actually purchased by Martin. An attorney calls the delay in their investigation, which resulted in the false arrest of Martin, reckless. Police say the charges against him were immediately dismissed and he was released that very same day. Now, reps for the family say he was banged up a bit, but the police report says that he was arrested without injury. His attorney tells us today the situation is very fluid. They're calling this a learning lesson, but they're not ruling out a claim somewhere down the road. Reporting tonight in the newsroom, Madison Carter, 7 Eyewitness News.
Now, that's a daggone shame. That's a shame. What makes this really crazy is if he had stolen tickets from that location, why would he come back and try to cash them in at the same location? Somebody talk to me, please. If you had broken in and had stole some lottery tickets, right, why would you come back to the location and try to cash it in at the place she was at? That doesn't make any sense. Why would you go back to the same place? Can somebody make that make sense? But see, you got people that want to be a hero at the wrong time. You sat there and got that man wrestling with the police. A man that got a good job. A man that's a homeowner. Just because you profiled him and you think that he that stupid to steal lottery tickets from one place and come back to the same place and cash them in. Somebody talk to me. And we talking about a $30 ticket. You got that man going to jail, sitting in that the back of that nasty police car, where killers, rapists, prostitutes, drug addicts have been, having to sit in a jail cell with those same people, with the coronavirus going around. You took that man's freedom on a hunch you had. That's rough right there. I hope that man get compensation for his trouble. Hope they aren't trying to sweep it under the rug. You know how they do. All right, let's get on to the next story here. All right.
Right now, 5:30, a story you will only see on the one and only, a racist rant caught on camera, allegedly all over a parking spot near Fort Lauderdale. That business owner heard using derogatory words because they wanted to keep that parking spot open.
And now that business and its employees receiving death threats. Local 10 News reporter Terrell Fournay is live with this exclusive. Terrell.
Well, it was an expletive-filled tirade where a man is heard using the N-word 4 different times towards a woman who was black. This is just a 20-second clip, and the business owners tell me today that they do not excuse this behavior, but they do say that there is certainly more to this story. The audio clip is tough to hear.
I'm going to park there every day.
No, you're not.
Yes.
I'm going to make sure you don't park there.
Oh, you are?
I already talked to your landlord. He's going to take care of it.
The dispute was over a parking space in the Marina Mile Plaza, where a business owner was apparently trying to keep spots clear for his customers at Apollo Lighting.
He's not going to do.
We're going to put a sign, street parking on there.
Okay, you can, and guess what? You can do whatever you want.
You know what? That's why there's a sorry
See that, guys?
We've learned the incident was recorded 2 years ago, but is just now going viral on social media after it was posted last night by national R&B singer Trey Songz to his 12 million plus followers.
Now we're getting death threats, threatening employees, telling they're going to kill us, they're going to shoot us, they're going to blow our business up.
Brandy Porter is the wife of the man heard on the recording and co-owner of the business.
We're not racist people.
She claims the unidentified woman also hurled nasty things.
I don't condone using the N-word by any means. And I know I've spoken to John, and he's apologetic and wishes it never happened. like I said, I mean, there's two sides to every story.
The business has since been inundated with bad reviews.
See, that's the part that kills me. Instead of her just saying, my husband was wrong, there's no excuse for that behavior. Well, you know, it was two sides to every story. And, you know, he apologized to me for what he said. And, you know, it ain't that bad. The man said what was on his heart because he was angry. The man said what he really believed. So once you let the words out, you can't take them back. The man said what he truly believed. Let's stop making excuses. The man said what he believed. That's what he believed. He believed that woman was exactly what he said she was. That's what he believes. Now, he can be politically correct when he's around other people, but he got angry and that political correctness went out the window. Has he apologized to that lady? He's not even talking to the news people. His wife is talking to him, and she's trying to downplay it. She's trying to spin it so that it's not as bad as it is. But it is bad. The man, in the heat of the moment, said what he really felt in his heart. Own it. Don't try to run from it. Don't back off it. That's what he thought. And it's okay. If that's what he thinks about black people, then black people should not go patronize their business. If that's what you really feel, then just say it. Don't make excuses. Just own it.
On Yelp, Facebook, and Google.
I've just deleted our
Listen to her again.
apologetic and by any means.
She claims the unidentified woman also hurled nasty things.
I don't condone you.
See, she claimed the other woman hurled nasty things. There is a video of her hurling nasty things. There's video of her husband hurling nasty things. Why haven't they got the video of what the woman was saying? Where is the video of what the woman was saying? Why not play that if that's the case? But you want to lead off with the woman was saying nasty things. Did the woman call him something? Then why not show it? But no, you want to try to put it off. Yeah, you know how them ends are. You know, they, especially the women, they loud mouth and said something, and it just set my husband off. And, you know, these are the excuses. This is why we can't have unity. People won't be honest. But let's watch it again.
Using the N-word by any means. And I know I've spoken to John, and he's apologetic and wishes it never happened. Like I said, I mean, there's two sides to every story.
The business has since been inundated with bad reviews on Yelp, Facebook, and Google.
I've just deleted our accounts because I don't know what else to do.
Police are involved, and now Brandy hopes her company's reputation will speak for itself.
I'm not racist, and I'm not. Never have been. Have employees of all nationalities, honestly, all nationalities. I do business with all nationalities.
But you married to a man who is. So you condone it. You lay up with a man every day who is. And you trying to play it off. Well, you know, I'm not racist. We didn't see you in the video come out there and say, hey, stop saying that stuff. What are you doing? No, you stayed inside and you condoned it. You haven't gone out public and said, my husband said that. I don't believe it. That's not how I run my store. What he does, I don't know. But no, you showing a united front. Because you worried about what he gonna say when you get home. This is why we have problems. Say what you feel.
And in that incident 2 years ago, we know that law enforcement was called out to this plaza on State Road 84, but it was a case of he said, she said, and we're told that no charges were filed in this case. Again, police have been notified, the business making a record with things, at least with law enforcement, but they just want to move forward and past this incident. Reporting live near Fort Lauderdale, I'm Terrell Forney, Local 10 News.
Alrighty, we got notification. Our share is shipped. Nia says, did they edit the video? I don't know, but if I'm coming on camera, I'm gonna have my own video. Like, hey, maybe the whole thing will come out, but if I'm gonna talk to the news people, I'm gonna be ready. I'm going to say, hey, look at this. Look at how she was behaving. She egged them on. That's what I would do. What would you do, Nia? If you was the wife of that man and you knew the camera crew was coming, wouldn't you be ready? I would be ready. This is what she said. Look at how she talked to him. She was calling him names. I don't want to stay on this because y'all know how I go. I don't want to stay on this. But the wife is making excuses for the husband instead of just saying he was wrong. That's all she had to say. My husband was totally wrong for talking to that woman like that and calling her that. I don't condone it. I can't believe he did it. And that would have been it. And everybody would have respected her. Her sit there and go, well, she said some things too. Well, show it. It's been 2 years. In 2 years, you ain't got the video? In 2 years, you say that the people are not coming to the store, that you had to close down all your social accounts, that people are calling you, but yet you haven't put out what the woman said. That's all I'm saying. Hey, I'm going to tell y'all something real quick. All right, let's see who's bringing it. Our chair has shipped. And it ain't coming on eBay, it's coming on Amazon. But our chair, it never worked pretty. Yeah, I like that. Let's check the updates. Who's it coming with? It's coming UPS. All right, it's coming with UPS. Ooh, stop doxing me. Yep, we got a good deal too. Yep, me and Chong Lee put together on that. And also, coming Wednesday is our 200-watt light bulb. If I like how I look, I'm gonna order one for the other side. But I ordered the 200-watt bulb for the one that face us, and I'll see how it looks. If it look good, then I'll order the other one. You know, it's the end of the month. You know, since I'm so broke. But shout out to Chong Lee for going in with me on the chair. I'm sorry that the first one we didn't get. That first one was nicer though, because they had the padded armrest, but we ain't gonna cry about it. So now that we're gonna have 2 chairs, because we still got the one, I believe Snazzy bought this one. Now we're gonna have 2 chairs. So that means we can have co-hosts. So we'll see how that work out. But nice to know it's on the way. All right, let's get to our next story here. All right, y'all, this is heartbreaking. This is really heartbreaking. This is really heartbreaking.
Today that Dustin Diamond, one of the stars of the Saved by the Bell sitcom, has died. He played the lovable, quirky character Screech for nearly 13 years, beginning in the hit 90s show and continuing for several spin-offs. Diamond and TV host Mario Lopez, seen here, were co-stars. Diamond's agent says he died today after being diagnosed with stage 4 cancer just 3 weeks ago. Dustin Diamond was 44 years old.
Some of y'all probably, y'all have to understand, to those of us that wasn't born cool, to those of us that were too short or were nerdy, or were fat, or wore glasses. You wanted to fit in with the cool kids so bad. But Screech was like our hero. The fact that Screech could hang with a Zach and a Mario Lopez. The fact that Screech could hang with Kelly, the head cheerleader. It was hope that we could hang too. If we just showed our value, that we would be accepted, even if we didn't have the right looks, even if we were a little awkward, a little clumsy. Steve Urkel also showed the same. The fact that he could still hang with an Eddie Winslow, that he could still hang with a Laura. It gave hope to us on the inside, on the outside, that maybe one day we could work our way in. Those 2 guys are icons to all the nerds out there, to all the people that were left on the outside. Those characters gave us hope. Now, I heard that the real Screech, Dustin Diamond, was kind of a jack-off, but the character that he portrayed on TV is legendary to the people that were left out in my generation. They were examples that yes, you can be accepted without having to go out there and spray paint stuff, without having to go out there and steal the mascots from other schools, without having to break the rules. You could be yourself And you could earn your way into acceptance instead of trying to buy your way or do crazy things to earn your way. He was a shining example. His character on Saved by the Bell was a shining example. Steve Urkel, considering how nerdy he was and all the crazy stuff that he did, people still like to have him around. They like to listen to him. It showed you don't have to do all that crazy stuff to be accepted. The same way I'm trying to show people that to be in this sector, you ain't got to do all that hollering and doxing and all that stuff just to have people accept you. We got people that's ringing people doorbells and running and leaving signs in the neighborhood just to be accepted. You understand what I'm saying? They were examples. They were heroes to the downtrodden, to the people who were made fun of because of the way they looked, or the way they talked, or because they were too smart, or because they wore glasses, or because they wore pocket protectors, were given wedgies, shoved in lockers, beat up in the bathrooms. Screech and Steve Urkel were examples that you can overcome that. So rest in peace, Dustin Diamond, a.k.a. Screech. Rest in peace, buddy. Anybody have any comments before we move on? Nobody? Alrighty, let's keep going.
Three people are dead following a shooting the district attorney says started with a long-running dispute about snow disposal. Neighbors tell WHTM-TV they heard about a dozen shots around 9 this morning in Plains Township. Responding officers found a husband and his wife dead with gunshot wounds in the street. The body of the suspected shooter was found in a nearby home. The district attorney says his wound is believed to have been self-inflicted. The names of the three people right now have not been released. Katie Johnston for CBS Philly.
Now that's a daggone shame that you killed two people over snow disposal. Snow. Something that'll melt away. And then you don't even have the courage to face the music. You go kill yourself. Some people, I tell you. Alrighty. Check out this dude.
New information about a deadly shooting. This is in Frisco. 19-year-old artist Ray Martin is now in jail, accused of killing a 17-year-old girl and also wounding another person. That man is facing murder and aggravated assault charges. He is being held on a $150,000 bond. That shooting happened Friday night at an apartment complex on Stonebrook Parkway. Police say Martin shot and killed 17-year-old Shanae Jones. We are told she was a student at Frisco High School. Now, that other victim, not identified at this point.
All right, Nia says she'll be right back. Hurry back, Nia. Let's get to our next story here. All right, this is a story I was talking about earlier. I want to see this.
St. Louis City Police continue to look for a trio of carjackers responsible for tossing a child from a car window that they were stealing. Investigators say around 3 Sunday morning, a 22-year-old mom was approached by these armed men when she stopped at Union and Minerva. They ordered everyone in the car to get out. They got in and tossed the woman's 1-year-old son out of the window, and he dropped to the ground. The child was not hurt.
What kind of animals? What kind of animals would throw a child out the window? A 1-year-old. I hope these guys that get caught and get put under the jail. How do you throw a 1-year-old? How do you throw a 1-year-old in the street? You just throw them out the window. To steal somebody's car. A car is worth more than a child's life. The fact that you stealing the car means that none of the 3 is worth 2 pieces of crack. But how could you damage somebody who we don't know what he's going to be? That might could be our next president. That might could be our next sports star. That might could be our next great scientist. You don't know because you didn't give him a chance. Suppose he would have landed on his head and died. Suppose he would have broke his neck. And you're going to sit there and do hard time for something so stupid. I don't understand people today. I don't understand. Thanks.
I'm behind a lot.
Go block them in.
Show me back in. Anything holding?
Now you see that they're not playing. They ain't trying to be hero. They even got the Doug out there ready. This is what that female cop should have done. Call for backup and let them know you surrounded. Don't make a move. You not in control. This is what I was talking about with the lady cop that got beat up. Look at the caution they showing. Now some of y'all might say that's overkill, but ain't nobody gonna get hurt. They don't know what that man got in that car. They don't know what that man got on his body. You gotta be careful. All right, y'all. I think we found the people that stole Victor Moon's catalyst converter. Check it out.
Lodi police arrested 3 people they believe stole a catalytic converter. The victim called police around 5 Sunday morning, saying 2 men just stole the catalytic converter from their vehicle and ran away. While police were searching, the victim actually found the 2 men hiding in the bushes near Stockton Street and Mullen Way. 35-year-old Jesus Garcia Altamirano and 24-year-old Edwin Lopez are now charged with grand theft and conspiracy. While serving a search warrant at their motel room, police also arrested 31-year-old Crystal Ortega for grand theft, conspiracy, and drug charges. Katie Johnston for CBS 13 News.
That's right. Get him off the street and give Vic Damone back his catalyst converter. I'm just messing with you, Vic. I'll make a damn video. All right, get to that next story, yeah.
A person was shot last night. It happened in Florissant.
Yeah, the shooting happening right around 6 last night along DERRICK Road. That's near Parker and Newhall's Ferry. The victim was shot at least 4 times and taken to the hospital.
Yeah, that was quick. Well, you know what? I don't know how old this is, but let's check it out.
All right, we want to take you to this breaking news that is taking place in the streets of Miami, where we are following a pursuit. You're looking right now live at Sky 10 as this black car with the bumper hanging off has been driving at a high rate of speed, making lots of turns. At last check on 60th Street, heading towards 27th Avenue. It looks like that car, though, just made a turn going through some neighborhoods here in Miami. Looks like that car may have just stopped. So we saw this pursuit taking place on I-95. It started heading southbound, and then this car got off on the 79th, around 79th Street, but we're trying to follow what is going on right now because we don't see police behind this vehicle at this moment, but it looks like now that car is in the grass heading back into the street, obviously trying to avoid police right now. So we're trying to figure out exactly what street this car is on, but at last check, it was heading towards 27th Avenue. But right now, it is at 26th Avenue and 60th Street, near that area at last check. Again, we're watching this live with you as this car driving at a very high rate of speed. As a matter of fact, when this car was on the highway, clocking speeds of about 100 miles per hour. But right now it is going through a residential area, so this car is driving very fast. Okay, we understand it is westbound on 28th Avenue right now. Uh-oh. Running through that stop sign, taking a turn there at 32nd Avenue. And very dangerous situation when you see how fast this car is going. Was just in a residential area, but right now in an area where he is definitely clocking in some very high speeds. And just ran through that stop sign, just weaving in and out of traffic right now. And we do understand, again, this is a pursuit. We are trying to see how close police are behind this car, but you could see just how close he is getting to other cars on the street there. Again, he is on 32nd Avenue right now, and a very dangerous situation as we are watching this live with you in this moment. Getting very close to that white pickup truck and just passing through all these cars. It's always a dangerous situation when we see this, but we don't know exactly how this pursuit started. That is stuff that we are working on right now, but it looks like that this car, this chase rather, started on I-95 southbound. We caught up with it as it was on passing Miami Gardens and then heading south, getting off on 79th Street, but right now at 32nd Avenue, continuing to drive at a very high rate of speed. Looks like making a turn at the Northwest 7600 block right there. Not sure where this car plans on going. You can see the bumper is hanging off of that car as well. We don't know how that ended up happening, but it's been like that since we've been following this chase, and it looks like now in a parking lot. Don't really know where this car plans to go, but it just sort of keeps going and moving in and out of traffic. Oh, getting so now heading in the opposite direction of traffic. This is a dangerous situation right now, but wow. Okay, so it looks like just passing again 79th Street. That's the exit where this car got off, and it looks like now he is back on 79th Street, trying to get a view of where he is. We obviously are trying to make sure we keep up with this car as it continues to drive at this very high rate of speed. But turning on 79th Street, continuing
I'll go under the bridge and get out of the car, break into another one.
All right, just passing 27th Avenue, as we saw, and 37th Avenue. And again, we don't know why this pursuit started. Looks like he's making another turn. Again, this area right now, obviously not just residential areas, but a lot of shopping centers. So these are not streets in which people tend to drive as fast as this car is going. So this is a very scary situation as we see people driving. This car has been running stop signs. We've seen this car driving in the opposite direction of traffic, going in parking lots, weaving in and out. Looks like on East 30th Street right now, but making yet another turn, just doing its best to evade police and just to try to get out and just trying its best to not be found. But again, we are keeping close tabs on the very close situation. Wow. Okay. This is East 33rd Street. Very close to hitting that truck there. We are, if you're just joining us, we do know that this car is, this car is in Hialeah. We just saw a police car there. Looks like it just did sort of a circle around this tractor trailer. And police are close behind right now. Again, we are now in the Hialeah area. He is turning yet again. And we did see police, so it looks like police are getting close, and they're getting close to this car, but it doesn't seem like whoever this person is, if there's more than one person in this car, whatever the situation is, it doesn't seem like this person wants to give up or slow down. It just keeps on going. So this, again, a situation playing out in the streets here in Miami-Dade, and we obviously see the police chopper there following. But right now, this car is in the Hialeah area as we continue to watch all of this unfold. And we, again, have seen this car passing stop signs. If you were watching with us, sort of doing this U-turn, looks like that was 39th Street. May have just been there. We're trying to read the street signs for you as we try to keep up as well. But police are close behind, so I'm not sure where he plans to go or if he even plans to stop. But right now it looks like he has no plans to stop this pursuit. But we do know that police are close behind as he continues to just speed through the streets of Miami-Dade County here. 41st Street, just passing East 41st Street right now, again in the Hialeah area. And regular traffic just driving on by, and this car is weaving in and out. A very dangerous situation. Looks like he's about to approach East 49th Street. Continuing in this direction, though. Doesn't seem to be making any turns just yet. Running into a situation, though, as traffic has stopped.
All right, Cap, where you at? Where you at, Cap?
He's going to try to get around this traffic, but not sure how successful he's going to be. Turning into a
that's going to be a dead end, I think.
Parking lot.
Oh, no, it ain't. Check it. This will be another way out. There it is.
All right, he's going eastbound now on 49th Street. That will become 103rd Street. In Hialeah, but shortly possibly getting out of the Hialeah area if he continues to go at this high rate of speed as he is heading eastbound. Wondering if he plans on getting back on the highway, though, as he continues heading eastbound right now. But looks like he has no plans of stopping. We saw that he reached some stop traffic, then cut through a Checkers parking lot, and then is now heading eastbound on 49th Street, which does become 103rd Street.
Get out of the way, get out of the way.
So close to other cars, as you can see. We've seen a lot of close calls right now. And again, you may be noticing the back bumper is hanging off of this car. We don't know exactly how that happened, but it's been like that since we've been following this chase. Looks like he may be trapped in right now. But now he's got his opening, so he's continuing to push forward, as I'm sure a lot of people right now on the road noticing, okay, he's turning around, not turning back around, but turning through a side street, now in a residential area. We're working to get that street for you, but it doesn't seem like he has a direction, really. His plan right now just seems to be to try to outrun, or rather outdrive police. But we do know police are very close behind, and we understand that the Miami-Dade police chopper is above head, so they are keeping tabs. They know exactly where he is at all times. And as we've seen in these situations, police are this is where it gets scary.
He went the wrong way.
Heading in the opposite direction of traffic, coming so close to hitting some cars. So this car is hopefully we don't see any other cars, but he is driving in the opposite direction of traffic right now. Very dangerous situation. And traveling at such a high rate of speed right now. We're trying to work on which street this is. But again, at last check, he was in the Hialeah area. But it looks like, again, no signs of stopping right now. Just no signs of stopping, which is always a scary situation.
Whatever kind of car that is, I want one.
Understand are very close behind this car. Now back with the flow of traffic, which sort of gives you a sigh of relief at least that he's going with the flow of traffic, but still just driving so fast. And it looks like running a red light there and getting very close to clipping other cars in the process. So a very dangerous situation. If you have any family or friends who may be in this area, maybe they're running errands or maybe they work in this area, you may want to let them know about what is going on right now in the streets because this is very dangerous. It is westbound.
Yeah, this is exciting. I like these kind of car chases.
On the Gratney Parkway
this ain't
right
that
now.
boring.
So if he continues westbound on 119, he may end up on I-75 at some point. He's on the Gratney, though. But we do know that the Gratney does eventually lead to 75, so he may end up back on the highway. But if you're just joining us, this pursuit started on I-95 southbound. He got off on 79th Street, made lots of turns and maneuvers, and at one point ending up in Hialeah, heading eastbound, westbound, and now westbound on the Gratney, where if he keeps going at this speed, he's just going to run right into I-75 at some point and just head in that direction. But right now, a very dangerous scene playing out in the streets of Miami right now. All right, looks like still continuing to drive on through. Doesn't seem to be a lot of cars right now heading westbound on the Gratney, so he's got a bit of an open roadway right now to go as fast as he sort of desires, which we've seen this particular person clocking speeds of 100 miles per hour. We know police are watching. We saw the Miami-Dade police chopper, so they're keeping tabs. They know exactly where he is, and we do understand that police are not too far behind.
Yeah, it is dangerous.
Is driving very fast right now. Very dangerously fast right now. And it looks like he's just got open road, not running into any issues right now, just only a few cars heading in this direction. So he's just going to keep on speeding on by. And again, doesn't seem to have a particular destination in mind. Looks like he is just trying to outrun police at this point. So again, he's continuing to head westbound on the Gratney right now. So if you're just joining us, we are following this police pursuit. Let's see exactly where he is. Yes, looks like heading towards 75. Could get on 75, could even head toward the Palmetto, but again, if you're familiar with the roadways here in South Florida, if you're on the Gratney, you're heading westbound, you will run into 75, and from 75, you could even go ahead and head in the Palmetto's direction and jump on the Palmetto. So there is a possibility that we can see this driver get back on the highway, which could be a dangerous situation because even though, as you can see, he is driving very fast, it'll be even more open road on an interstate where he can just go even faster. And again, continuing to head in that direction. Let's see if he does get on I-75 right now. But again, heading westbound on the Gratney, does have the option right now. And it looks like he might just get on 75 because so this right now, open road for this car to just speed on by. So if you're just joining us, right now he is in the northwest Miami-Dade area. So he was heading westbound on the Gratney, which for those of you who are familiar, the Gratney then eventually allows you to get on I-75. So he is in northwest Miami-Dade at this point. And if he gets on 75 northbound, then he will most likely head into Broward County. And you have to understand this pursuit started in Miami-Dade County on I-95. So started out on the east side of Miami-Dade. Now he's on the northwest side of Miami-Dade. If he gets northbound on I-75, this pursuit could make its way now to Broward County. But let's see what happens here. We know police are following this car closely, but he is in sort of at least in his case, in a situation where he has open road and he is able to just go as fast as he can. There are not a lot of cars out on the road right now. So you can see there that there are plenty of open lanes of traffic. We do see some cars on the road, but with those open lanes of traffic, he is just able to go as fast as he pleases. And we know he was clocking speeds of 100 miles per hour on 95, even in residential areas, clocking very high speeds. 95 all the way to Miami? Looks like he is on 75 right now. He is on 75, heading northbound, and may just end up in Broward County. As we know, 75, a few exits in Miami-Dade before eventually heading into Broward County, unless he at some point decides to get off and continue this pursuit. But right now he is on I-75. May even be heading into the Broward area very shortly. But again, as you are watching with us, it's this car that we've been following, a pursuit that started on I-95 southbound. When we first were able to check in, it was in Miami Gardens, heading south on 95, getting off on 79th Street, making its way through Hialeah, on the Gratney, now on 75 northbound. We're getting an update right now on exactly his location. And looks like he's getting off an exit there. We didn't
Why is he getting off, man? You were rolling. They can't catch it.
Was that Miami Gardens Drive exit there? We're going to see right now what exit he got off of. Okay, looks like, yes. Oh, maybe just getting back on the highway. Or no, looks okay. We're following along. Looks like he's turning around, maybe getting back on the highway and getting so close to hitting others. And by the way, as you can see right now, we're getting a good look at this car. It is a black Mazda sedan. We obviously see the driver. Looks like he got off on 75, may have just turned around, but we are watching closely to see.
Hey, Jimmy, I gotta say,
but where he is right
that
now,
Mazda, I want one. That car is gone.
Driving
it
as
ain't
fast as he
overheated.
can, trying to avoid police right now.
The tires ain't popped.
All right,
no oil leaking. I like this car.
Okay, this is off of the Turnpike. And 75. Yes, this is a new commuter lot by 75 in the Turnpike, and doesn't seem like, again, looks like he's stopping. Probably going to turn around, realizing that there's nowhere to go here. And he's heading in the wrong direction, which is just cutting through the grass.
That car is going through everything.
What a dangerous situation.
I want one.
It looks like police are catching
He went right to the police.
We are watching this for you. Obviously going to be very careful as we watch this scene unfold, because it looks like he may be losing steam right now. Police are very close behind him now. So we could be seeing this hopefully ending soon, but police are very close behind.
The commuter lot's in the area of 186th Street.
Yeah, this is near 186th Street. So it was that commuter lot. Looks like, okay, getting off. Looks like just trying. Looks like just
going the wrong way?
Opposite direction. This is.
Oh Lord, he's going the wrong way
right now. He is in the opposite direction right now. As police were close in his tracks, he just decided to just head in the wrong direction and getting so close to cars right now. Very dangerous, but doing what he can to evade police. And police were very close on his tail, and then he decided to just switch directions, and that seems to be where police are so close behind, but obviously right now he is heading in the wrong direction. So this is such a dangerous situation. As you can see that these cars are driving fast in themselves, and now he's on a ramp here, but so dangerous. So dangerous.
He's lucky ain't nobody coming.
If you have your family and friends in this area, please let them know. Do not get anywhere near this area right now, because this is a dangerous situation on the roads playing out here in Miami-Dade County, not far from Broward County, by the way, but we're trying to get an exact location of where he is as he continues to try to evade police. But you can see the arrows pointing in the opposite direction. He is driving in the wrong direction, and look how close he is getting to these cars. Oh, very close there. Looking like
this
police
crazy.
I don't feel like this. Though. They know exactly where he is. Okay, so it looks like
Jimmy says I trust you and your family. I
love that. In the opposite direction.
Yes, Jimmy.
Like he's not going with the flow of traffic right now.
Those are the express lanes. Those are the north.
This looks like the southbound express lanes, but again, he's going northbound. But he's in the southbound express lanes. So, very dangerous. And you can see right there,
somebody comes down there,
the wrong direction. All right, looks like he's making a turn. He's making a turn, and now he's heading with the flow of traffic. So now he is heading southbound on I-75.
So the cops are on the other side.
Okay,
so
you're just joining us. He is now on I-75. Heading southbound. He was in the southbound lanes heading northbound, but he is now going with the flow of traffic, heading southbound on I-75. This is in the northwest Miami-Dade area. So again, if anyone is working in this area, you may be about to head out to run errands, hold off on that, because we've seen this car, looks like he may even end up on the Turnpike. It's 1 mile away from the Turnpike there. So that may be his next direction, but we're obviously going to be following that. But please, anyone you know in this area, let them know to please avoid I-75 right now, because this car has been going southbound and northbound and heading in the opposite direction. He is driving at a high rate of speed, and it is a very scary, dangerous situation playing out in the streets right now. Turnpike exit is coming up. Well, you have the option to head northbound or southbound on the turnpike. Let's see if he does that. He may not. He's heading southbound. Looks like he's approaching the Miami Gardens Drive exit right now. So continuing southbound, still in Miami-Dade. But he does have the option to ramp onto the turnpike, as I believe that exit may be about a mile away. We don't know if he's going to do that, but this is an option he has as he's heading southbound on 75. May have just passed, getting close to passing the Miami Gardens exit. We did see a sign for that. Looks like he is staying on 75 in this moment. And I believe that is him passing the Miami Gardens Drive exit, staying on 75 southbound. So he's staying southbound right now on I-75. So this black Mazda sedan leading police on this really wild chase playing out in all parts of our county. Starting off on I-95 in the Hialeah area, and now in northwest Miami-Dade on I-75. So this has just been quite a chase as he's crisscrossed the county, going northbound and southbound and eastbound.
I know he got to be tired.
Now in northwest Miami-Dade on I-75 southbound. Waiting to see if he does decide to get off the highway. But again, police were not far from his trail. And it looks like he's getting in the express lanes possibly. There is an option there to get in the express lanes, but not sure if that's an option he's going to take, as he is.
I don't think he's going to pay the toll.
He may end up now in the south. He'll end up on the Palmetto and may end up then in more southern part of the county, but we can see the state troopers now very close on his tail. Doesn't seem like he's going to be getting in the express lanes, though. Still may cross over, but he is doing his best to try to evade police. But this state trooper that we see getting very close now, passing Graham Dairy Road right now, as he is continuing to head southbound. There are more cars in the roadway, so maneuvering is going to be a little difficult. He'll be approaching the Hialeah area if he does decide to get off that exit. If not, he will continue down on I-75. Looks like he may be getting on the express lanes. If he does that, I'll take him to the Palmetto. So let's see what happens here. But right now, continuing this pursuit, passing the Graham Dairy Road exit, which is northwest Miami-Dade. Could get on the Palmetto Expressway, though. That exit is coming up as he is passing Graham Dairy. So let's see if he gets on the Palmetto or continues on 75, which if he does continue southbound on 75, he'll end up back on the Gratney, which he was originally on when he had northbound on I-75. So let's see what his move is here. Looks like he is heading toward the right, which could mean he's going to ramp onto the Palmetto. That Palmetto exit is coming up very soon, if not right now, but it looks like he's staying on 75. Okay, yes. So right now he is staying on 75, which means that he will end up back on the Gratney. And this time he is heading eastbound on the Gratney. He was on I-75 southbound. 75 will eventually lead you to the Gratney, where looks like he's making the turn. He's on the Palmetto. All right, heading on the ramp for the Palmetto towards Miami International Airport. So it looks like he's getting on the Palmetto.
How long is this?
Heading southbound on the Palmetto right now. It seems to be.
It ain't boring though.
We saw that exit sign that said Miami International Airport. So he is on the Palmetto driving, as you can see from the side of the road there. So not even on the regular highway, but back on the highway. Again, we are now on the Palmetto Expressway. From 75, he is now on the Palmetto Expressway, continuing to drive at a very high rate of speed and getting so close to cars. And as we all know here in South Florida, the Palmetto Expressway is rarely empty. There are going to be a lot of cars traveling on the Palmetto Expressway. Oh, just getting so close to clipping that car there.
Boy, he's
so we know that this is going to be a very dangerous situation. As again, we know the Palmetto is rarely empty. He's going to continue to run into other cars in this area, possibly even traffic at some point, especially as he approaches the Miami airport there. So right now, passing 103rd Street, looks like he may have just gotten in the express lanes. Nope, did not get in the express lanes. He's still on the Palmetto southbound, just passing 103rd Street.
23 minutes in.
Not sure if he has any plans of getting off the Palmetto, but right now it seems he is just staying southbound, driving at a very high rate of speed. 103rd exit. Oh, goodness. Okay, did not get off the exit. Is driving on the side of the road, getting so close to other cars.
He's driving his butt off.
Very, wow. We're very dangerous situation. Again, if you're watching with us, be aware of where this person is right now. We just saw so many close calls right now. Thankfully, he has not hit any other cars from what we've seen, but so many close calls right now. We see police though heading towards Okeechobee Road, also 74th Street, continuing south on the Palmetto Expressway right now. We did see police though. Looks like they're getting close. Just passing the Okeechobee exit, did not get off that exit. He is continuing southbound on the Palmetto, should be approaching 74th Street now. All right, yes, approaching 74th Street. Not sure if he plans on getting off this exit. It seems like he plans on staying on the highway right now. He had some opportunities to ramp off and has not done that just yet. Not sure if he plans on doing that, but right now just seems to be heading southbound on the Palmetto. So staying on the Palmetto at least now, passing 74th Street, now heading toward 58th Street. So in the Doral area, about 2 exits from Doral, that's about where he is right now. So
that's that trooper on his butt though.
As we're watching this all unfold, I believe my co-anchor is with us right now.
Yeah, hi, Janice. I'm joining you as well as we watch this very dangerous pursuit on the Palmetto Expressway. I know you've been on it for some time. Not sure exactly what exit it looks like you may be trying to get off on. We do have some information coming to us that, as the door opens there or the bumper's falling off, that this is definitely an armed and dangerous suspect, probably wanted, it seems, for some sort of a car robbery. That is what we are hearing of reports are. And do you know which exit he is off on right now?
58th Street, Christy, looks like heading eastbound, I believe, on 58th Street. He had the option to go westbound, but it looks like now heading eastbound on 58th Street.
And certainly if anybody has friends or family in this area, this is the time to get off of any kind of a road, alert them, because this person is traveling at a very high rate of speed, recklessly going through intersections, as you saw right there.
Wow, and it looks
like he's been lucky so far. Yes, he has.
Heading eastbound on 58th Street, and
he is gone. What kind of car is that?
Okay, looks like making a turn. He was on 58th Street.
So it looks like southbound at this point, and not sure at the cross street that we're on it.
But as you can see, Christy, there's a lot of businesses here. So this is not an area where you see people driving fast. This is a normal roadway where people are usually clocking at 40 miles per hour, and he is just driving so fast right now.
I believe it's southbound Milam Dairy.
We believe possibly southbound at Milam Dairy. Christy, we do know southbound. We believe, though, on Milam Dairy as he turned
on his butt, though.
Okay, we're getting an update. 72nd Avenue.
72nd, I believe. Yes, I believe that is what we're hearing at this
point. He is on his tail.
You can see the officers are right on his tail at this point. Going southbound, in and out, weaving in and out of
traffic. It's a Mazda shoot.
We also want to update you that he is not far from the airport right now. Very important there. As police get close,
losing control there of the wheel.
Yeah, very close calls here. It looks like people are realizing what's going on and they're pulling off of the roadway, which is exactly what they should be doing.
Wait a minute, he's starting to slow down now.
Just because of how serious it is. But troopers are closing in. They're closing in. Then approaching 31st Street will be the next signal. On 72nd Avenue. Okay, all right, he looks like he's continuing on this pursuit, but police are closing in. And again, he is very close to the airport right now. Maybe making a turn, and yes.
We lost him here a little bit with the
overpass here.
Yeah. But and again, since we are getting close to airspace, and that is also going to impede on us being able to track him closely, because we don't want to get into the airspace.
Correct, but we do know police are very hot on his tail. We obviously see the Miami-Dade police chopper, so even in those moments where you may not have seen police in our vantage point, they have been following every move he is making. So they know exactly where he is going, and as much as he is trying to avoid police, to evade police, it doesn't seem like that's going to happen because they are close on his tail. That chopper has been overhead. They know exactly where he is at all times, and he can continue this chase, but police know where he is.
And definitely putting so many other drivers at risk
now
as he weaves in and out of traffic at a high rate of speed. Now on a 2-lane right here. I'm not exactly sure what direction we're going. We've kind of lost him there for a bit, so I believe he might be heading back westbound.
We're trying to hopefully get an update. It is hard to follow the
cross
right there, but we're working to get an update. We should be getting an update soon on exactly where he is, though. All right.
Again, police are very close to this car, but we have been told, and there are reports, these occupants inside are armed and dangerous.
Going in the opposite direction.
Going
the
wrong direction now.
Oh my goodness. It seems to be his MO, if you will. Every time police get close on his tail, he just jumps over and starts heading in the opposite direction. Of course, a maneuver he's trying to do to avoid police, but he is putting so many people at risk right now.
Innocent people on this very busy street right there.
Getting so close. We've just seen so many close calls, but look, police are very close. No doubt they're going to be making a move very soon. But of course, police working to keep everybody on the road safe as well, and this driver's not making that easy. Okay, we're trying to hopefully pinpoint a location.
We can see location. It's so difficult. Things are
Week
happening
29 minutes in.
Exactly where he is.
Looks like he may be losing a little bit of control.
Week 29 minutes in.
Still seems to be in the general area of where the airport is, though.
And he is going in the right lane, correct now, going with the flow of traffic.
Okay.
That state trooper right on his tail.
36th Street just north of the airport is what we are getting. So it looks like, again, 36th Street just north of Miami International Airport.
Right, this is that very industrial area right there.
Eastbound on 36. Okay. So
he is actually heading right toward the airport at this point.
Yes, and you can see there these cars just driving with the flow, and here comes this guy and just getting so close to hitting other cars. Wow.
It's a miracle that we haven't seen an accident yet.
No, truly. And he's been, oh my goodness. Okay. Well, he also has been.
This guy got the, somebody got an angel on his shoulder.
Right through intersections with no regard for any of the signs there.
All right.
Now heading south.
Oh goodness. Okay. Continuing on 36th Street. Oh. Very close. I mean, we just keep saying all these close calls, and it truly is remarkable that no one.
That's why it's not boring.
You're watching this. I mean, my stomach is in knots watching this.
Look at all these close calls.
Such a close call, one after another. Again, eastbound now at 36, and getting on a ramp here.
Okay, we're trying to figure out
it's hard to tell exactly where he is.
Might be getting back. That's the Airport Expressway. Yes, that is the Airport Expressway right now. So continuing to just drive at this very high rate of speed. And it is such a scary, dangerous situation as we're watching this unfold. But police, we do know, are close behind. It just becomes a matter of when they can get this car sort of cornered. And this person is not making it easy. And Christy, you were saying that you got some information from our producers and the people working at the desk about why this pursuit started.
There was some sort of a car robbery, an armed car robbery. That is what we're hearing reports of, and that these suspects in this vehicle are armed and dangerous. And that's the basic information that we're getting. And right now, we're still waiting to get some of these things confirmed. But police, obviously, very busy working this situation.
Absolutely. And so, an update for you, Christy. He is eastbound on the Airport Expressway, which means he is heading toward I-95. Big possibility that he could get on 95 or the Julia Tuttle Causeway, and he could end up going to Miami Beach. Sort of depends on what he does. It doesn't seem like he has a plan, if you will. Just seems like he is driving as fast as he can to try to avoid police. But heading eastbound on the Airport Expressway, which we know will lead him to I-95, where he can choose to go on I-95 in either direction, or he could get on the Julia Tuttle. But it looks like he's
in the grass.
What's happening? Just got off an exit, but he's on the grass.
He on the grass.
Not even sure where he's going right now. Oh my goodness. Okay, leaving quite a trail behind his car.
Bumper falling off of the back of his car here.
And again, it's hard to tell, but okay.
Yeah, he made a mistake.
We're trying to figure out exactly where he is now. It looks like just passing 41st Street. He did get off on the Airport Expressway, though. He was heading eastbound and got off on the Airport Expressway. Okay, maybe slowing down, but now turning. Not sure where he is going right now.
Yeah, definitely going at a slower rate of speed here. I'm not sure if that's because
car's going to break down now,
or if he's
finally surrendering or ran out of gas.
So we will continue, obviously, to watch this. Again, we know that armed and dangerous. We know a wanted felon.
He stopped
and has come to a stop here.
27th Avenue and 41st Street Northwest. This is where he stopped. Okay, let's see. Watching this closely, we do understand that this person is armed and dangerous. So we want to be very careful.
And also a wanted felon. We were hearing reports of that as well. So obviously this is time for the officers to proceed with much caution. His arms are up.
Okay.
He is finally surrendering.
Okay, this is, okay. Looks like this could be coming to a close. Looks like it may be a peaceful one. His arms are up. Police obviously have their guns drawn, prepared, but his arms are up right now.
And after such a lengthy and high rate of speed chase going through multi-counties here, this would be a miracle here to have it end peacefully with no major injuries along the roadways where he was driving so recklessly and dangerously.
Truly remarkable, Christy, that we did not see any accidents as a result of this because it was just extremely dangerous. All right, looks like police are giving him commands. They're telling him to get on the ground. So it looks like he is now surrendering peacefully. He's got his arms behind his back to allow police to come up to him and cuff him. So despite what we saw, remarkable that we did not see accidents or injuries. And it is always, of course, it looks like a peaceful ending to this pursuit. So he is surrendering, police handcuffing him right now.
Right. Again, we're going to work to learn exactly how this all began, but the early reports are that it was some sort of an armed robbery, a car robbery, and then this multi-county pursuit. I-75, the Palmetto Expressway, Airport Expressway, just dangerous in and out of traffic, and it's sometimes going the wrong direction, which really puts so many people at risk.
All right, and that looks like that's 43rd Street, and that looks like North.
All righty, y'all. I got to say, that's the best car chase we've ever seen. That Mazda, that car, man, it stayed at that rate of speed, went over all kinds of terrain, and kept right on going with the bumper dragging. He hit something, and the car just kept going and going and going and going. And it's amazing. He almost hit somebody 20 times. Man, I guess he realized that he couldn't outdrive him or the car tapped out, one or the other. But man, I wonder how many charges they're going to give him. Is he going to get charged for each one of them people he almost hit? Not to mention all the stop signs that he blew, going the wrong direction. That was exciting. Normally, it's just somebody driving along. This dude, oh man, that was crazy. How do you follow that up? I don't know who this is. But why did I bookmark it?
Thank you. And later today, we'll get an update from Houston Mayor Sylvester Turner about the city's response to coronavirus. We'll also hear more about vaccination rollout efforts. That will happen this afternoon at 3. We'll have the latest for you on KPRC2 News at 4. And that press conference coming as the number of COVID-19 cases in the 19-county Houston area continues to rise. Right now, the total number of positive cases has grown to 508,000. More than 96,000 of those cases are active, which means they're still infected with the virus. More than 407,000 people are considered recovered. When it comes to the death toll, we've reached now a grim milestone. More than 5,000 people have died due to COVID-19. Happening today, Governor Greg Abbott will deliver his annual State of the State address.
COVID-19 and vaccine distribution are among the topics he will talk about. He will also discuss his priorities for the 87th legislative session. The address is tonight at 7. We will be streaming it live on our website, click2houston.com. A live look from Times Square this midday. There's a state of emergency in New York City due to the first nor'easter of the year. A hazardous travel advisory will be in place through tomorrow. Roughly 1/3 of all Americans are under storm watches or warnings today. Heavy snow is moving from the Midwest and expected to blanket the Northeast. Officials in those areas are warning people to stay in and stay safe. NBC's Kathy Park has the latest.
The nor'easter has officially arrived, and more than 100 million Americans are bracing for heavy snow, strong winds, and icy conditions. But over the weekend, the Midwest got hit hard from Wisconsin all the way to Ohio. And as the storm moved east, Parts of Virginia saw the bulk of the storm. Crews are working around the clock to keep up with the system. And
we on the top of
went
Virginia.
from bad to worse. There were several accidents that were reported, but the snow wasn't all bad news. Over at the National Mall, hundreds of people gathered to take part in a massive snowball fight, and also cameras caught DC's giant pandas having a little fun as they were sliding down the hill. Meantime, here in Philadelphia, the snow is accumulating, and this nor'easter is expected to stick around at least through Tuesday. Reporting from Philadelphia, Kathy Park, NBC News.
Boy, that storm is on the move, and it means business, doesn't it?
Yeah, and really they started off with a little bit of a warm-up. Early this morning, they had about 4 inches of snow in New York City, and that was the pregame of the actual event. Now that coastal area of low pressure has formed just off the coast of New Jersey. That's the actual nor'easter. So winds go on from the northeast around that storm system. That's why it gets the name. And now we have that heavy snow across the area. You combine that with winds gusting above 45, 55 miles per hour, blizzard-like conditions, and feet of snow. Yes, over 12 inches of snow for some spots in interior Northeast. For us, wow, what a different story, right? We have beautiful clear skies, ridge of high pressure dominating our weather.
You ain't got to rub it in, sweetie.
A really...
She didn't have to rub that in. But for us, I'm directly in the center of that nor'easter. And I don't want to mess my beautiful curtains up, but I will try. I don't think it's enough light to give you a good picture. But it was snowing when I went out today. I actually got stranded in the scooter. I didn't bring the all the stuff was on the bike, and I wanted to get down there and get back, so I didn't even bring a camera. There's nothing on the scooter. We took everything off and put it on the bike. So I didn't videotape my trip today. But let me tell you. Matter of fact, I'm going to get some mounts so that I can have mounts for both. I was more concerned about carrying the parts down the step. And I figured out if I grab the body, which is the heaviest part, if I grab the body, it's not enough room for me to get down the steps and to have that. But what I did was I grabbed the end of it, right? And then, it's one wheel in the front. I let the wheel roll down the step. So I held it up and I let it support itself on the step. And then I take a step down and let it roll. Take a step down and let it roll. Take a step down and let it roll. And that's how I got that down the steps. Then I carried the chair, and then I carried the wheels and the motor, and then I carried the battery. And I had forgot to bring the little power bank because it's on the bike. I forgot to bring it. And guess what? We got right to my block, and it started beeping. It was like beep. I was like, come on, don't cut off for me now. But we went down. We was able to do what we needed to do. And this is what I'm talking about. When people say, why do you want to buy another vehicle? The snow, we got stuck 5 or 6 times. At one point, actually 3 points, I had to turn the switch off for the transmission gear, for the brake. If you hit the yellow switch, it allows you to move it back and forth, because otherwise the transaxle stays locked. For senior citizens, when you take your hand off the accelerator, it automatically stops by itself. It doesn't have a brake. It's automatic brake. You just stop accelerating and it stops. Right? So you had to turn that switch and allow the wheels to move freely. Like if you put a car in neutral, that puts it in neutral. And then I had to literally push put one hand on the handlebar with the tiller, and put the other hand on the seat. And I actually had to get behind it and push it with my stomach. And I pushed it through a whole block. At one point. And then I started standing in the street, and I was so afraid somebody was going to hit me. All the lights is on. That's why I'm glad I was in the daytime. Because if I went at night, man, somebody would have came and knocked the heck out. Then when I came back, I tried to get on the sidewalk and got stuck. And then I had to push myself back into the street and almost got hit by an MTA bus. I said, man. But I did it. And even though I don't have what I really want, I got enough to make it. Somebody did donate. So if it keeps snowing tomorrow, I'm gonna try to get out and hit a store, and if I can't, if it don't stop snowing, I'm just gonna order something. But I'm appreciative of the person that donated. And when I get out of here, I'm gonna go in there and make me I'm gonna go make me 2 grilled cheese sandwiches and go watch the wrestling. Hold on, y'all. Family member sent something. I see it on the phone. Okay. They should have moved to the front. Let me see if this person got any good links for us. So we already saw that. That was the other day. I think we already saw that. Wait a minute, did she send any links? We already covered the weather. We already covered Dustin Diamond. Wait a minute. I don't know what this link is. Because I was getting the scooter down the steps. Wait a minute. Pause, because I don't know who this is. Who is this? Okay, I don't know who that is. Sorry, y'all. I don't know who that is. If it was, I try to only play news stuff. ABC, CBS, stuff like that. I try to stick with stuff like that, Let me see if she got anything else that we can show. Okay, what is this? Okay, that's news.
The budget office projects the economy could be back to its pre-pandemic size by the middle of this year, but the agency expects American workers will be hurting for a lot longer. The CBO outlook is based on laws as they currently exist, so this is without any potential stimulus under discussion now. Even though they expect gross domestic product to reach its previous peak by mid-2021, it could take another 3 years for the number of people employed to reach its pre-pandemic level. Maya McGinnis joins me now. She is the president of the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, which advocates for reducing the national debt. Maya, it's good to see you. Thanks very much for joining us.
Good to be with you.
So these projections do not account for any sort of additional financial stimulus packages, which...
Man, I hate people that do this. I hate people that do this. We spend all that money protecting other countries, and that puts us in debt. But when American people need help, now you worrying about the money. When we send in money to other countries, the people that don't even respect us, don't nobody say nothing. But when they want to use money to help us here, it's an issue. Now you worried about the deficit. You sat there and overread Donald Trump's veto on the military bill, but didn't even entertain the $2,000 stimulus for the American people. Somebody explain that. As a citizen inside the United States, why do I care about them sending money to Africa? Why do I care about them sending money to the Middle East? Why do I care about them sending money to Mexico? Why do I care about them sending money to India? Why do I care? Why do I care about them sending money to North Korea? As somebody that's trying to make it in the United States, when we got the highest cases, the highest death tolls, when we can't even walk outside without putting a mask on, we can't even go to a restaurant and sit down and eat. We can't even stand in line. We got to stand 6 feet apart. And you can't give us some relief. You can't give us some relief when I've been saying since March, and I've tweeted President Donald Trump to shut the border down. To shut the border down. Make everybody stay in the house for 15, 16, 17 days. If we would have done that, March 18th, we wouldn't have no CV in the country. We wouldn't have any CV. But no, we got to reopen. We got to reopen. Then we reopen and look what happened. Coronavirus cases jumped through the roof. Jumped through the roof. But we're not going to sit here and listen to this woman talk about the deficit. Republicans spend more money than anybody else. What did Kanye West do now? Can't this man stay out of trouble? Kanye West is facing 2 class action lawsuits and up to $30 million in damages after allegations that he failed to pay up to 1,000 performers and backstage staff at his ambitious Sunday service shows. The lawsuits, according to page 6, relate to around 500 performers and 300 backstage workers. Wait a minute, so where are we? Who played a role in the rapper shows which blend Christian worship with live performance. According to the lawsuit, West broke employment laws at his Hollywood Bowl opera Nebuchadnezzar in November 2019 relating to performers and backstage crew such as makeup artists, hairstylists, and costume designers. The allegations are said to include failing to pay hundreds of employees on time or not at all, as well as not delivering the overtime wages, meal and rest breaks, and business expenses to which employees were legally entitled. One of the lawsuits filed by LA employment lawyer Frank Kim focuses on 500 performers. The other, filed by entertainment attorneys Harrison and Rubble, reportedly centers on 300 backstage workers. Hairstylist Raina Leon and performer Michael Pearson have both represented employees and alleged they were not paid and failed to secure the rest breaks they were entitled to. Pearson also claimed that some performers were forced to sit on the floor during 10-hour days because there was not enough chairs provided. A source told The Sun, when you do things last minute, it's disorganized, mistakes will happen. When Kanye West does a production, he just says to his guys, make it happen. You got different teams of people to do things, and when you're under that amount of pressure, you cut corners. Anything with film or music production, they do the art first. It's a case of let's get the production done and worry if it's legal later. West is yet to comment on the latest lawsuit. Uh-oh, we just disconnected. Why did we disconnect? And we're going to reconnect. Why does it do this? Why does it disconnect and then reconnect? Did we drop any frames? No, we ain't dropped no frames. All right. Nia says all public transportation requires a mask. See, y'all, this is how you know when you dealing with real preaching and when you deal with entertainment. When you dealing with real preaching and you dealing with entertainment. See, Kanye West is putting on a performance disguised as a religious service. You got 500 performers and you got 300 people working behind the scenes. That must be hairstylists and barbers, and this is a minstrel show. This is like Broadway called church. If any of y'all remember the Ray Charles movie, a lot of people didn't like Ray Charles's music because he combined gospel with the blues. And people back then said that was wrong. You don't combine gospel with the blues. You don't put God's music and juke joint music together. It's an insult to God. Now you got a rapper calling himself a minister that's putting on a performance under the guise of religion. And there might be some religion in it. Keep in mind, this is a man who lost his mother because she wanted to have plastic surgery. Had he not gave her the money and said, Mom, you got enough money, you can attract a man now because I'm giving you money. You don't need no plastic surgery. His mother would still be here. But instead, because he had the money, he gave her the money to go get that surgery, and now she's dead. Now he's going around making a mockery of religion. Now he's not even paying the employees. What kind of religious service needs 800 employees? What the heck kind of religious service needs 800? If you're doing a TV show, you don't have 800 employees. Say you was doing, Dallas or Empire or Knox Landing. If you count the names of the stuff going up there, the person with the lighting, person with the sound, if you count the names, it ain't no 800 people. I don't even know if a movie that has extras, I don't know if they have a cast of 800 people. What are you putting on that you need 800 people to do one show? I'm just being honest with you. What kind of religious show are you putting on that you need 800 people? Where's the religion at? Where's the preaching? In between all the dancing? You squeeze in a sermon or something in between all the dancing? You got 800 employees to do a show. Are you going to see religion or are you going to see cats? Are you going to see the Wiz? Is it a Broadway show or is it supposed to be religious? Why would you need that many employees? It shouldn't be about the music. See, this is the problem that I have with people today. It's supposed to be people explaining the Word of God to the people. That's what a minister, a priest, a rabbi, whatever you call yourself, reverend, pastor, whatever you call yourself, you're supposed to be interpreting the Word of God and breaking it down for the people so that they can find Jesus and make their way to God. So they can conduct themselves and try to avoid the things that they hate. To let them know that they were made to worship God, not to worship their car, not to worship their house, not to worship the person they're sleeping with. Do y'all understand? If they not teaching you that, they are fake. If you go and everybody dancing and having a good time, that's entertainment. You shouldn't mix religion and entertainment. When you sing, when they ask you to stand up and sing at a church, you're not doing that to entertain yourselves. You're supposed to be doing that for the Lord. And when a choir sings, they're supposed to be singing to the Lord, not singing to you. They're not supposed to be entertaining you. Why they got praise dancers? Everybody should be dancing for the Lord. That's entertainment. You have to learn, you don't bring entertainment into religion. We talking about your eternal life. Why would you want to mix that with the devil's work? How can you bring the devil and try to mix in what the devil want with what Jesus and God want? How do you try to blend them in? Well, I work for the devil all week, and then when I go to church, God done it, I want to dance, I want to sing, I want to be entertained. And if you mix in some preaching, okay, but you got to make it entertaining, and I'm not going to listen to you. You got to make me feel something. You need to take the words in that book and you need to make something entertaining so that I don't fall asleep in church. Because I'm about doing me. I ain't worrying about what nobody else think. I'm doing me. That's not religion. And I can back up what I say. And it's heartbreaking to see a man call himself a member of the clergy, and he's dragging around 800 people. 800 people. That's crazy. $800 people. I can get up and preach with just what the Spirit tells me to say. Well, I gotta have 800 people to back me up. The same way I do my YouTube show. We don't have people on the panel every show. First thing you see is the link in there. Hit the link, y'all. Come on up. But when I ask y'all good questions, we have good topics. Nobody can speak on them. But if we start talking about another YouTuber, can't nobody be quiet. Nobody even mentioned the fact that Screech from Saved by the Bell died. But you cared about other celebrities. All right. No Nate by Cares, just drop some more links. All righty, let's get it. Third stimulus check. When could you get a $1,400 check? Yeah, when? Come on and kick out the doski. President Joe Biden's $1.9 trillion CV relief plan proposes a third round of stimulus checks of $1,400 for most Americans. Yet while that could extend a helping hand to millions of households still suffering from the pandemic's economic fallout, it could be months until the payments arrive. Oh no. Analysts say, come on, what's the hold up now? Y'all got control of everything. What's the hold up now? I'm just saying. What's the hold up? You didn't hold up them other countries getting their money. Why you holding our money up? The price tag for the relief package called the American Rescue Plan is facing pushback from some Republican lawmakers who last year resisted Democratic efforts to pass a $2 trillion bill. Height security analyst Hunter Hammond expects the ultimate package to be trimmed to $1 trillion or $1.5 trillion. On February 1st, a group of 10 Republican lawmakers unveiled a counter-proposal to Mr. Biden's plan, which would scale back the checks to $1,000 per adult and lower the income threshold. That plan would shave the cost of a third stimulus check to $220 billion, compared with $600 billion under Mr. Biden's more generous stimulus plan. The Biden administration's $1.9 trillion plan has not yet picked up any Republican support, so progressives are pushing a go-it-alone strategy, noted Brian Gardner, chief Washington policy strategist. In the February 1st research note, we think the size and scope of any bill that passes will likely be significantly less than Biden's plan. Yet support for another stimulus package may gain steam, given several developments that point to widening economic stress as the pandemic worsens, according to Ed Mills, an analyst with investment bank Raymond James. A weaker outlook for the labor market with a bigger than expected 1 million jobless claims during the first week of January, and more than 1.2 million more people seeking unemployment help during the second week, as well as record numbers of COVID-19 infections and deaths, could push lawmakers to support Mr. Biden's plan. The U.S. economy contracted 3.5% last year, its largest annual decline in 74 years, according to government data released January 28. Last year was the worst year for the U.S. economy since World War II. That alone should send a very powerful message to senators who are getting ready to debate COVID legislation and caution them against going small, said Senator Ron Wyden, a Democrat from Oregon, who spoke on a conference call with reporters on January 28. Wyden said he would like to see the next relief bill pass at least a week prior to March 14, expiration of expanded unemployment benefits, which include an extra $300 in jobless aid. I'm not going to let jobless workers fall off a cliff again, Wyden said, referring to the expiration of additional jobless aid from two prior relief packages. Meanwhile, Senate Majority Chuck Schumer of New York said he too was aiming to pass the next round of stimulus aid by mid-March, according to Bloomberg News. What's holding up the new stimulus checks? Chief among the issues are whether Republican lawmakers would support the package, or if the Biden administration would eventually tackle its spending priorities by breaking apart the spending proposal into two bills, analysts say, but one of the parts perhaps focusing more directly on the mission of improving vaccine deliveries to the U.S. population. Janet Yellen, who on January 25th was confirmed as Mr. Biden's Treasury Secretary, said last month during congressional testimony that the new administration will focus on winning quick package of a $1.9 trillion relief plan. Yellen argued that the additional stimulus measures, including Mr. Biden's proposal for a $15 minimum wage, were necessary to prevent economic scarring due to the pandemic. The plan to provide more direct aid to lower middle-class households could lift GDP by 0.7%, although other measures in the bill, such as a higher minimum wage and aid to states, could boost GDP growth by 1.5%, according to a January 18 report from Oxford economics chief. He's predicting a $1.3 trillion stimulus package will be approved before the end of March. The additional stimulus will be welcome given the extent of labor market damage, with still 10 million fewer jobs than before the pandemic. Here's what analysts are predicting about the $1,400 checks and other spending proposals. Are the $1,400 checks a done deal? Not yet, because there is increasing debate about whether the checks should be targeted to lower income households, according to the Wall Street and political analysts. Even so, there's growing support from Republican lawmakers for additional stimulus directed toward low and middle income households, with the latest effort to pass 2,000 stimulus checks winning some bipartisan support. The latest GOP proposal will lower the payment to $1,000, which you paid to single people earning up to $40,000 and married couples with income up to $80,000. The payment amounts will decrease incrementally by income level until cutting off entirely for single people earning over $50,000 and married couples earning more than $100,000. But those discussions are at an early stage. There's an 85% chance a scale-down package will be passed in the first 3 months of 2021. Because of the ongoing support for additional direct aid to households, checks are likely to be included in that smaller package. When would I get a third stimulus check? Whatever the size, it's looking like another round of stimulus checks may not land in bank accounts until mid or late March, based on Schumer's time frame. The new majority leader acknowledged the next round of fiscal stimulus remains a month to 6 weeks away. All right, I'm done. That don't make no sense, man. Why do we have to wait to get the third stimulus check? All we heard is, put the Democrats in there and we gonna get the check. So they've been there for a couple of weeks now. Where's the money? Where's the money, honey? Where is the money? I'm not interested in what Donald Trump doing. I'm not interested. I don't care about no impeachment. I want my money. I want my money. So kick it out. I'm not trying to hear. Oh, they still not gonna let us do it. Doggone it. Let me see if I can take it from out the chat. Oops. It still won't let us do it. Doggone it. All right, we'll copy the link again. Ain't it? Let me go into the Hangout and see if I can pop it out. Paste. Enter. And let's see if we can go from here. Can we go from here? Nope. Hey, Nia, can you email it or just send it to one of the Hangouts? You got 2 open Hangouts. Send it to one of the Hangouts there. Let me get a refresh. Come on. Let me see. Did she email it? No. Well, Nia, I tried. You can't say I don't try. All right. Trump left Biden a $30 billion fund used for trade wars. Biden has other plans for it. The Trump administration, wait a minute. The Trump administration used it to bail out farmers suffering from its trade wars. Now the Biden administration wants to deploy a $30 billion pot of money in the agriculture department to tackle climate change, support restaurants, and kickstart other programs without waiting for Congress. Long hidden in obscurity as a Depression-era financial institution, the Commodity Credit Corp is shaping up as one of the first fiscal points for how Biden administration has quickly ramped inflexible programs left behind by Donald Trump. Before the Trump era, the CCC was used in narrow ways to support farm income and prices, like helping cotton growers with ginning costs and purchasing cheese to boost dairy farmers. It's also used to fund certain conservation programs, foreign market development, export credit, and commodity purchases. It became a signature tool in the last administration, which used it to dole out billions in aid to farmers suffering from Trump's trade wars and tariffs. It also dipped into to provide financial relief to farmers hit by the pandemic. Trump's Agriculture Secretary Sonny Perdue suddenly took the training wheels off. Perdue dusted off the little-known fund and leveraged its authority to help out producers financially hurt by retaliatory tariffs through a combination of direct payments and commodity purchases that eventually ballooned farmers' bottom lines. The billions paid out to farmers far eclipsed the massive 2008 auto bailout and accounted for 40% of farm income in 2020. That aggressive approach can now give Biden's USDA nominee Tom Vilsack wide leeway to pursue his own priorities. Biden officials had their own idea about how the money should be spent, setting up a tug of war over the limited resources. The trick will be convincing Congress that the USDA has the authority to use funds from the CCC to create a carbon bank to pay producers for using sustainable farming practices to capture carbon in soil. Boring, but thanks for the link. I want to know where's the money. Where's the money, honey? Where is the money?
Hey everybody, welcome to an all-new Tonight Show. We're here in New York City. It's a big nor'easter of 2021.
Oh, no, you don't get flagged. No. I know, Nia, hold on. No, you don't get a flag with that, dear. Well, I'm covering the screen right now, you know. So y'all wasn't able to see none of that. My bad. Y'all sat there and watched me read. Let me, ain't Gmail right here? Hold on a second. We can snatch it right off the computer. Where's Nia at? There she is. All right, copy that link. Copy that linky dink. All right, and come back. Say copy that linky dink. All right, this is from Nia.
Now to other stories we're following tonight. Let's get you up to speed. Stepping down. The police chief of a West Georgia town is out of a job after body camera video resurfaced showing him making racist comments. The city of Hamilton demanded Chief Gene Allman's resignation. The department also fired an officer heard on the video. The recording was made hours before a Black Lives Matter march in Hamilton in June. The video shows the two using racial slurs. Street racing crackdown. Atlanta police are aggressively fighting to stop street racing. Officers made 94 traffic stops, wrote 98 citations, and made 9 arrests and 6 impounds this weekend alone. APD encourages you to call 911 if you see street racing or dangerous driving. Tracking students. Atlanta Public Schools parents could soon receive alerts when their kids are picked up and dropped off for school. APS is upgrading 400 buses with the same tracking technology used in Cobb, Troup, and Paulding counties. The tech also helps the district track and develop inspection reports on the buses.
Uh-oh, y'all know what that means. Them kids ain't gonna be able to play hooky. You ain't gonna be able to avoid the bus. That's some good technology then. So we got all her links right. All right. Then let's go back here and finish up. Where we at? Amen.
One of the day's other big stories, starting with a shakeup in the Trump legal team 8 days before the Senate impeachment trial. Former President Trump has named 2 new lawyers to his defense team after parting ways with an earlier set of attorneys. The new lawyers are Alabama attorney David Schoen, who previously represented Trump's advisor Roger Stone, and Bruce Castor, a former DA best known for refusing to prosecute Bill Cosby. The U.S. Capitol Police officer killed during last month's riot will be honored this week. Officer Brian Sicknick's body will lie in the Capitol Rotunda tomorrow. Lawmakers will pay tribute to the Iraq War veteran on Wednesday before his body is taken to Arlington National Cemetery. 4 other people were also killed. A bizarre end to a multi-county high-speed police chase. Livingston PD began chasing a red Dodge Charger overnight. Several agencies joined in as the driver headed south on 59, driving up to 120 miles per hour. HPD took over once the chase entered Houston, but stopped the pursuit because it wasn't safe. Get this, the car was later found in front of the FBI building in Houston, and the driver was last seen jumping a fence. Ignition and liftoff. A successful mission. The SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket sent 143 spacecraft and satellites into orbit yesterday. The rocket successfully landed on its sea-based landing pad. This was the 5th successful launch and landing for the Falcon 9.
That's not what that said. That said Dodge Charger dumped at FBI Houston building after chase. Was that in there? Was that in the story? Did I miss it? Was I daydreaming? Seems like something missing. Hold on, give me a refresh. Can we get a refresh, please? What's today, Monday? Oh, it's Tuesday now. Okay. Oh, so we got 3 hours of rest on the watch. We're going to make some more grilled cheeses. And then, if it keeps snowing tomorrow, we'll just order something tomorrow night. Alright, now, what am I looking for? What was I doing? Grabbing the next story. All right. I don't know if this is worth playing or not, but let's check it out.
Illinois Department of Transportation officials said that Illinois 143 will be closed
Whoa.
to all traffic as there it goes.
Whoa.
Perfect timing.
Not much of a sound up in Bomarito Automotive Group Skyfox, but what a view. Look at that. Once again, this is the old East Alton Wood River plant there. And next month, they'll take down the 3 smokestacks. So they decided to take the main structure first. Wow. That smoke will be spreading for some time now.
Yeah.
They've got hoses out there. I don't think they're doing much.
I was going to say, I don't think the hoses are
We need another hose.
too powerful against all that smoke.
Yeah.
Spiritus Wrecking Company in St. Louis is the one doing this demolition this morning.
In East Alton. There you go. 8:05 is our time. We have 33 degrees.
Really? And somebody else going to show it to you. Are you serious? All right, watch it again. The implosion. They're taking the plant down. There ain't no sound? Man, let me fast forward to the implosion. Okay. Y'all ready? Here it goes. Woo! Boosh! All right. Well, that's how you take down a building. Oh no, that was a live stream. Hold on, get flagged for that. We ain't been live that long. Don't worry about it. All right, let's have a little bit of comedy.
Let's head over to Long Island now, where this nor'easter is also being felt.
A lot of closed signs are up on businesses. CBS 2's Alice Gaynor live along an empty Tulip Avenue in Floral Park, and not a tulip to be seen right about now, Alice.
Definitely not. You know, we've got these thick snowflakes falling here, mixing back in because it had changed over at one point to freezing rain and sleet. The wind is certainly an issue here. And also we've seen several plows making their way through Tulip Avenue here. A few businesses opened here. Otherwise, it is very empty. The liquor store, the supermarket, the diner, McCarthy's, those are all open, but really everybody else closed their doors today. Now we want to show you our drive here, okay? So we took some driving video for you. We saw a few people digging out their car off to the side of the LIE. They were stuck over there. We also saw a few people spinning out. Thankfully, nothing serious. We spoke to a few business owners here on Tulip Avenue, the owners of the wine and spirits store. We asked them why they opened their doors today.
We both live fairly near, so it's not hard to get here, and we wanted to be open in case our customers needed something.
Some wine for today's a good day for some wine.
And we really had nothing better to do anyway, so.
We open ordinarily till 8 o'clock, but we might close early tonight.
I know you're wondering, they say the top seller today, bottles of red wine. That's because they say it pairs so well with all the food people are preparing today. Sounds delicious. We are on the clock, though, so we're going to hunt down some hot chocolate. Whatever you're drinking at home, hot chocolate, water, red wine today. Cheers to you. Hopefully you're enjoying it from the inside. Live in Floral Park, Alice Gaynor, CBS 2 News.
Okay, Alice, thank you.
That was nice of them to open up. Everybody, you know, it ain't like they're open for something you really need. Well, maybe some people do need that liquor. Maybe some people do need that liquor. All right, y'all, we got an update from a story we did.
Suspects accused in a violent attack caught on camera on a man in Chinatown. Well, those suspects, some of them have turned themselves in.
But they stopped for a news conference first to proclaim themselves the good guys and say the man targeted for the beating was no victim. CBS 2's Dave Carlin reports.
When suspects turn themselves into police, they often move quickly, discreetly, and duck TV news cameras. Well, not this group. It's a large family wanting the world to know this caught-on-camera melee in Chinatown, where a man was beaten and stripped nearly naked, was not a crime. It was street justice. Turning themselves in were Jahi, Tiffany, and Tyreek Nimmons, who range in age from 20 to 36, along with 27-year-old Timantha Richardson.
Clearly, there should be no rush to judgment here.
The family's attorney, Sanford Rubenstein, said this is a case of what you see on video on Canal Street in Chinatown, January 22nd, is not telling the complete story. The man getting mobbed is identified as 26-year-old ex-convict Walter Ward, who the family says robbed Jahi Nimmons at gunpoint during a bus trip from Atlanta home to New York City. Taken were expensive clothes and 2 cell phones. The family says Nimmons was able to get to the cell phone of another bus passenger, and he called his grandmother. She spoke out in front of the 5th Precinct Station House.
And he told her, if the cops are there in New York, I'm killing you and your whole family. I have your ID right here.
When the family arrived at the bus depot, they say stolen clothes were on Ward's back, so they took them back aggressively. They are saying the man deserved this, but so far investigators and prosecutors are not immediately inclined to agree. In Lower Manhattan, Dave Carlin, CBS 2 News.
Oh, so what do y'all think? Let me get y'all opinion. Anybody still awake? What do y'all think? Are those people justified in what they did? They said they was on a bus trip and the man got on the bus and robbed them of expensive clothes and 2 cell phones. They said the man had their wallets and said, I got. The man said, I see it in there. The man said, I got where you live. I'm going to come kill y'all. So they see the man wearing their clothes. Did they have a right to pull that man up? Should they have just held him until the cops came? What do y'all think? Give me your opinion. Give me your opinion while I look for Nia's link. Do-do-do. 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 Wait a minute, what are you doing? You're supposed to be up here, sir. Oh. Wait a minute. Hold on, I'm messing up, y'all. Backspace. Paste and go.
Well, the chief revealed to us that at least 2 officers have been, as she said, taken off the streets for more training, which means suspended, and that may happen to more of the officers that were there, as many as 7 or 9 of them, she said, while the investigation continues. And the chief also made it clear that, in her estimation, putting a 9-year-old in handcuffs and using pepper spray to force her into the back of a police car is not an acceptable procedure. Now, as the tape shows, it was a very emotional situation. The girl was obviously distraught. There was some sort of family situation going on, and she was screaming for her father. The chief also revealed that they had called for an ambulance and to try and get the girl some medical attention. But while they were waiting for the ambulance to arrive and medical help to get there, for some unknown reason, the officers decided to force the girl into the back of the police car. She resisted them. Yes, we can see that on the tape. She was handcuffed, and they used pepper spray eventually. And here's what the chief said about that.
I'm not going to tell you that that's okay, that pepper spraying a 9-year-old is something that is condoned or that what we're going to do here. It's just not who we are. So it's just not something that I think was appropriate for us.
Earlier this evening, several dozen protesters took to the streets demanding justice and accountability. Now, you remember that Rochester is a city where about a year or so ago, a black man was taken into custody and later died at the hands of, well, in police custody. And the truth about what happened in that situation was only revealed after the family sued and forced the police to produce videotape of what happened. Now, in this case, the police say that they were trying to be transparent. They produced this videotape of the girl less than 48 hours after the incident happened. But there's still obviously a bit of outrage about what happened. The police say that the family has asked for privacy, so they're not revealing her identity as the investigation continues with more suspensions possible. Shep.
Shepard Smith here. Thanks for watching CNBC on YouTube.
Thank you for that, Nia. I think I got a similar article, but I think yours is better. Man, we showed a lot of videos tonight. God darn. Oh, for those who didn't know, I went and emptied out what I had on the on my food stipend, and it wasn't much, but I was able to get some I was able to get some bread, some mayonnaise. I got some sliced ham and some butter and mayonnaise. And this is what I had for dinner tonight. I buttered the bread, then I put it on the grill pan. Y'all saw we did the bread first, then we did one side buttered, flipped it over, buttered the other side. Then we put the cheese on. Then we took the 6 pieces of bread out. The 6 pieces of bread here, right? Then we put 2 slices for each sandwich. We put 4 slices on the pan, and we fried both sides. Then we put them on. We put mayonnaise on the bread. And so this is a mayonnaise, cheese, and ham sandwich. So it's like a grilled cheese ham sandwich with mayo. And then this is just a grilled cheese. You can see the piece of cheese has like a slice of cheese on each side. And you see it got crumpled, and you see it hanging out. But that's what I got from the store today. And I'm going to go make 2 grilled cheeses when I get out of here and go watch the wrestling. But it'll do good. And then I'll make 2 ham and grilled cheese for breakfast tomorrow, and then I'll probably order something in the evening. If anybody would like to donate, I'd appreciate it. But I get my money tomorrow. Not tomorrow, but Wednesday. So I'll go ahead and just make 2 grilled cheeses tonight, and then I'll make 2 sandwiches tomorrow, and then for dinner I'll order something. Anyway, let's get back to the chat real quick. Oh, wait a minute, I gotta pop it out. Yep, I lost my timestamps too. Bring that back. Pop the chat out. And Davey, I knew you was gonna go over there and take a dump. You know you're wrong for that. I ain't gonna say nothing. Now I lit an incense before I started the show, and she could have went in. She waited till the effects of the incense wear off, and then she went to go. So give me a second, y'all. Let me go light an incident. Let me play something.
Yo, this is BROTHA. Yeah, I go again. I know you suckers going on when I grab the microphone. Yo. Can you feel that? Can you feel that? Yo, I'm working you bros. Hurt my foes, hurt your blood. I can't count how many rays I dug. Give me the calculator. Control the amount of pounds I take out daily. You guys be lazy like Beetle Belly, dirty dancing like Swayze, Jay-Z or whatever. You couldn't pay me to sound like what? Get down like what? You trying to lick my butt, y'all go nuts when you hear my voice. Get on me, or forget me, make it twisty, don't treat me as a villain. Now ladies, I'm feeling, busting through late tax. I'm spilling, feeling, yeah, I think you suckers running. There's coming, better take you out my house, clap your head for a one land, babble wise guy. Who gets you high with my wizardry technique? I beat my own beat, couldn't hate it to sleep. With my musical, hypnotic, never robotic, never passive, never deceptive, always receptive. Yeah, girls I slept with, your sister I crept with, but your mom was the best hit. Yo, you suckers grown when I grab my microphone. Yo, I make you shiver, quiver with the sound I deliver. Yeah. One day, brothers will be coming around. Begging Derrick, please put me down. Let me freak one of those beats. I expect your technique, originality, the quality, the DJ's lack. See, let me get one of your tracks. See, that's my future, but to me, it's a hobby. That's why you can't bribe me. You can't buy me. Got static, then try me. You defeat me, I'll delete me. You flex, but you can't beat me. Every my cat, you go to the corner. Perform for you. In front of your friends, the local prison, I don't care. If the crowd is hostile. Vibes, all right, no doubt, with friends, with even the hardcore fans. Well, clap that hands, all that head. My style spreads like DDT. Expose on you like TNT. I invite you, I delight distracting you all over. Bring your rappers with your boy clover. Where your lucky draws, but I see your weaknesses, I see your flaws. This one impress your boys, but I'm coming to win. I'm bringing the noise, I got your spot on lock. I'm rocking your block tight with the cops. I'm not looking over my shoulder, but I'm bringing swinging beats and lyrics like a boulder. Get cruise, so you down the river. I'm in a shiver with the style I deliver. You suckers grown when I grab the microphone. Yo, I make them shiver with the sound I deliver. Yeah, you suckers grown more when I grab the microphone. So cop this, you can't stop this. I got issues. You suckers are soft like you step up so I can dish it. By the way, your girl don't miss you. Not since she's been fond about these bitches. She won't leave. She just lingers around my place. Won't stay out of my face. Moving on, keep BET warm because I'm coming in a black Hummer. Like Jesus, you don't know when I'm gonna deceive you. Stop me, think again, you block me. Never, my friend. When I take over, your career's will be over and done with. You're not legit, so why not quit? Before you be just called crack your call, get your mom, smack your kid slack. Reach upon a right joke. Tonight, let there be no out. Get the body bang, cause it's lights out. Yo, I make them shiver, quiver with the sound I deliver. Yeah, you suckers grown home when I grab a microphone. Yo, I make them shiver, quiver with the sound I deliver. Yeah, you suckers grown home when I grab a microphone. BROTHA, the one-man show. And like I say, like I always say, every day I pick up the paper, I'll be the obituary. How about you first? And y'all got one for the grave, other than the system. You don't want to listen? Fine. Don't start bitching when you get locked up. And hey, this style sucks. So you take that old thug image down to the football line and get run over by power scrimmage. I ain't with it. I'm out. BROTHA, the one-man show, the master of ceremonies.
Nigga says awesome. Alrighty. I went on and took a whiz. I got the boric acid today. I ain't ashamed to say it. It's not just me and an apartment under me. It's 8 apartments in this building. And this apartment was vacant. I don't know for how many days, but the people cleaned it up a little bit. But I came in here and topped it off. And I've been here. I've seen 3 roaches in the week that I've been here. And they've been, 2 of them was in the same area. One of them came through that closet and came into, walked right out, and I walked out the bedroom and saw him, and I went and jumped on him, picked him up with a tissue and flushed him. Then I had just got done the show the other night, and Davy was over there hitting something with her paws. And I realized that she was hitting the ropes. It was right over there, once again, by that closet. So I stomped on that one. It was real easy because the devices mess up their nervous system. These are soldiers. I ain't seen no babies. They've been a full adults. These are soldiers. They come out and check the area out, and then they go back and tell everybody, hey, come on. So I was in the bathroom today, and the boric acid came, and I was putting it down in the bathroom, and I saw one. And I tried to hit it with the plunger. It was the only thing that was right there. I tried to hit it with the plunger, and it made it underneath the sink. Now, I had already put like 4 tablets under the sink, 3 on the side, 5 on this side, 3 under the toilet. Then I had the laundry detergents. I moved them out the way, and I put 3 on the end, and then 2 in the middle, and then I pushed them back so Davey couldn't get to it. And I tried to keep that door closed. And so he actually ran into the boric acid. I was like, well, you know, one of the 3 got away. So the first time that I went to the bathroom, when I went in the bathroom, guess who I saw? Our old buddy. And I got him this time. I stomped the heck out of him. I nailed him. So, and it was easy because I left some water in the bathroom sink and I put some bleach in it. And then I put some water, I left the toilet seat up and I put some orange cleaner and a little bit of bleach in there. So he wasn't hard to catch. But that was already killing him. Yeah, well, I got him. So now we got the boric acid down. I'm relaxed. We got the devices. So it's just a matter of time. I'm going to order the stuff that Chung Lee suggested. It's called suspended or something. And I'm going to put that down because we don't want an infestation. You understand what I'm saying? I cleaned out my part of the building right there. That utility room separated my side of the building from the other side. I cleaned out everything on my side. Now I got it ain't just me and the people under me. Now I got 7 other apartments. I got 7 other apartments to deal with. Y'all understand what I'm saying? I got 7 other apartments to deal with, plus the mechanic's garage downstairs. When he there, that thing wide open, who knows what crawls in, who knows what crawls out. I'm responsible now for cleaning out this whole building. And we gonna do it. And we laid down our best line of defense, boric acid. By it being cold and by it snowing, stuff want to come inside. So let them come inside and lick on the boric acid. Now, when we get that suspend, I'm going to order it. It's almost 1 o'clock now. 1 o'clock tomorrow in the morning. I don't know why they do it at 1 o'clock, because y'all know that the delivery places close. During the week, they close at 10 something. And on the weekend, they close at 11:30. So it ain't doing me no good on Wednesday. But I'm going to order that suspend, and we're going to put that down there. Some people will be embarrassed to tell you that. I ain't embarrassed, because I cleaned out the part that I lived in. I took out all them suckers. And how do I know? Because the people around the front of the building complain about having roaches. I lived there since July 4th, 2018. I've only seen 3. And I didn't see any until them people moved out. And they decided to risk it and come into my domain. And they didn't make it. I cleaned out every roof that they had downstairs. Anybody that dared to venture from that utility room and come into my part, I took them out. Y'all hear what I'm saying? And now I got a big job. It ain't just the apartment under me. It's not just any that might venture across the utility room to try to come in. I got 8 apartments here. Plus the mechanic garage, and it's a basement. I've never been into the basement. I don't know what's down there. I know the mechanic garage is down there, but did they squeeze an apartment down there? I don't know. Davey, go sit down, man. Yeah, go over there and mess with that boric acid and see if I don't kick you. I will kick you. If I see you touch that boric acid, I'm going to throw something at you. I'm going to hit you, but I'll throw something at you. To save your life. Ain't no reason for you to be over there. Stop sniffing stuff. I know she's sniffing the scooter because I took it out today. So I guess I got smells on it from the snow. I don't know. Y'all should have seen the scooter. I had about an inch of snow on the scooter when I went to the family tower. I can't believe I got stuck 5 or 6 times. I can't believe it. And I had to get off of it and take it out of gear and put it in neutral. And I had to push it several times to get it through the snow because, you know, the city don't do the sidewalk. And the reason why I went to Family Dollar, I figured there's businesses there, barbershops, churches, carry-outs, liquor stores. You figure they will clear the sidewalk. You figure they clear the sidewalk. There was old people in the street walking. I said, well, let me stay in the street too. And I went down there in the street. And I ain't gonna lie to you, I was scared to death, but I did it. Luckily, I didn't get hit. I was waving at people, hey, don't hit me. I was on that major road. Y'all know that's the major road. It's actually, I think it's called Highway 26, I believe. But I went down there in the street. I had the mobility scooter on half speed. And when I got to a place where somebody had actually illegally parked, they have something called a zone. You know, when it's snow on the ground and you're not supposed to park in certain places. Shoot, you can't tell black folk that. They parked there anyway. And so I had to go around them cars and actually enter into the lane where the cars are flying by at. So you got to do what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? You got to do what you got to do. Ain't no need in trying to front. You got to do what you got to do. But I was impressed, though. I was really worried about bringing that scooter downstairs, down those steps, but I did it. It might not have been fast, but I did it. I stopped and took me a rest a couple times, but I did it. So, in times of crisis, I got it done. So, that's a blessing. Like I say, it being first of the month, that Family Dollar was crowded. People was buying up everything because it was first of the month. They was buying up everything. I wanted to get a couple of them banquet Salisbury steak dinners. They didn't have any. And I only had $14 to work with. It's all good. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see. No, that link wasn't from me. It was from Nia. I just stored it in your Hangout. If you're still watching. All right. All right. We have any stories left? All right. Did we take this one out? Miami Beach.
Let's get back to that breaking news on South Beach. 3 people have been shot and part of a busy road has been shut down for hours as a result. Local 10's Terrell Fernay is live on the scene with the very latest for us tonight. Terrell.
Well, quite a big scene tonight here on South Beach. Let me show you behind me right now. You can see that both directions of Washington Avenue are shut down at this point. Police investigating this triple shooting that happened in front of a restaurant here at 7th and Washington. You can see evidence markers and a number of detectives here on the scene investigating. I want to bring in right now Officer Ernesto Rodriguez with the Miami Beach Police Department to sort of walk us through what happened. And you guys actually had an officer on the scene, or at least close to the scene, that heard the shots, and this was just before 9 tonight.
That's right. Within seconds, we had this area saturated with officers. Unfortunately, 3 patients transported to the hospital. We have 2 of them transported to JMH. Those are 2 males. 1 is currently in stable condition. The other is listed in critical condition. A 3rd victim, which is a female, transported to Mount Sinai Hospital. She's in stable condition. She was actually grazed by a bullet, so thankfully she should be okay. Back at the scene here, again, we have at least 2 types of shell casings that were discovered at the scene, which would lead us, preliminary information leads us to believe there was an exchange of gunfire. Detectives are looking now for a dark SUV, possibly a Jaguar, with tinted windows that fled the scene, occupied by 3 black male subjects. Anyone with information, we're urging that they contact Crime Stoppers immediately.
Very crucial information. Those subjects out there, very busy weekend here on South Beach as well. We know perhaps a number of witnesses.
Absolutely, and it's not only the witness testimony here, but technology is going to play a critical role. We have license plate readers throughout our city surveillance cameras as well. That's all the information detectives are going to comb through to actually find out exactly what transpired moments before this shooting, where thankfully everyone is expected to survive. It's a busy weekend on Miami Beach. Our officers, again, within seconds on the scene, which could have possibly prevented more injuries.
All right, Officer Ernesto Rodriguez with the Miami Beach Police Department, giving us the very latest on this developing situation that has shut down both directions of Washington Avenue for this triple shooting that happened very close to a restaurant here. It will be a long night for detectives as they piece together what started this gunfire and who was behind it. You can look for the latest developments coming up later on tomorrow morning here on the Local 10.
All right. Yeah, Miami off the chain, didn't it? Yeah. You know, I used somebody's Hangout. Remember when I copied the link? The first one that you sent me, I copied the link and I tried to play it and it kept saying oops. And then I put it in another family member's Hangout. I tried to put it there and then use it. And it still said the same thing. Hey, Snazzy girl. Thanks for stopping by, dear. Appreciate it. Snazzy girl said, hey, Mr. Brother Derrick. Hey, Nia. Checking in to say hello. I'm already asleep. But we appreciate you stopping by, Snazzy. We are looking at the news today. Our topic was, what's more important? Looks or compatibility? You have an opinion before you go to sleep? What's more important? How somebody look or how well you get along with them? Can you overlook not being able to get along with somebody if they look good enough? If when you talk to them, it's like talking to a bag of rocks, but you like the fact that everybody say, hey, that person look good on your arm, whether it's a man or a woman. You know, if you're a 300-pound bald-headed woman and you got you a Pookie or Ray Ray, is it worth it to have him lay around your house and do nothing and eat all your food up? Is it worth it just so you can say, I got a man? At least I got a man. Is it worth it? To you men, is it worth it to have a totally ditzy woman who can't even hold a conversation with you, but when you take her out, everybody drool over her? Is it worth it? Is it worth it to have that Barbie doll? To you ladies, is it worth it to have that Ken? Is it worth it? That was our topic tonight. All right, Snazzy, thanks for stopping by. We appreciate it. Let's get to our next story. A lot of stories tonight, considering all the snow. All right, well, we haven't heard from him.
We're following the worsening coronavirus pandemic right now. The U.S. coronavirus death toll is now topped 442. There are more than 26.2 million confirmed cases here in the U.S. Joining us now, Dr. Anthony Fauci, the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases and the top COVID advisor, the top medical advisor to President Biden right now. Dr. Fauci, thank you so much for joining us. We checked January was the deadliest month of this pandemic. Now, nearly 100,000 deaths. One expert compares the coming surge in new variants to a Category 5 hurricane. If you look at the monthly deaths, there was one in February of last year, then it went up to 5,000 in March, 60,000 in April. Then it went down for a few months, 26, 29,000, 23,000. But then in November, 37,000. In December, 77,000. Last month, 95,000. After all we've been through, Dr. Fauci, is the worst still yet to come?
Well, I hope not, Wolf, but it is conceivable that things could get a little worse. What we're starting to see, which is a good sign, is that we're starting to see a plateauing of the numbers of cases, which will always be followed by a diminution and a plateauing, and then ultimately a diminution of hospitalizations as well as deaths. But still, even if it plateaus and starts to come down, we're still at a very high, disturbing level. But hopefully we'll continue to see a downtrend. So if we continue to abide by and use and implement the public health measures together with an increasing number of people who get vaccinated, I hope we can get a trend that will continue to come down lower and lower. So there is light at the end of the tunnel, but it's going to be up to us, Wolf, to step to the plate and make sure we implement universally those public health measures that the president himself and the vice president herself has spoken about so cogently. It's up to us to do that.
And one of the most important, if not the most important, simply wear a mask. That is so critical. We got a ton of questions for you, Dr. Fauci. Here's one, an important one. If you've already had COVID, how worried should you be about getting reinfected with one of these new so-called variants?
Well, the variants, for example, particularly the South African variants, is obviously here. We know that there have been a couple of cases in South Carolina and one in Maryland. It is certainly not the dominant strain, but if it becomes dominant, the experience of our colleagues in South Africa indicate that even if you've been infected with the original virus, that there is a very high rate of reinfection to the point where previous infection does not seem to protect you against reinfection, at least with the South African variant. That's the one that we know the most about when it comes to reinfection. Again, that gets to the point that we've said over and over again, Wolf, and I really want to emphasize it again. Vaccination is very important. We need to get as many people vaccinated as quickly as we possibly can. And when vaccine becomes available to individuals, please take the vaccine, even though there is a diminished protection against the variants. There's enough protection to prevent you from getting serious disease, including hospitalization and deaths. So vaccination is critical. When it's available, get vaccinated.
Yeah, it's absolutely essential. Johnson & Johnson, as you know better than anyone, is very close to requesting emergency use authorization for its COVID vaccine. But that vaccine isn't as effective, we're told, as the Moderna and Pfizer vaccines. What do you say to Americans who are at higher risk, who want the more effective vaccine?
Right. That's an understandable concern, Wolf, and I think it's going to be a messaging challenge, because if you say, well, one is 72% effective against all disease and the other one is 94 to 95%, I think you have to point out the fact that what the J&J has shown to be in the study that just came out is that it is quite effective in preventing severe disease, including hospitalizations and deaths. So it's a single dose vaccine. And if you want to not get seriously ill or die, that is a good vaccine and it's value added. So you don't want to get hung up on the differences of the numbers of the total efficacy in it. If you're focusing on not wanting to get seriously ill and getting to the hospital, this is a vaccine, as I mentioned, that's value added to the entire effort of multiple vaccine candidates that are available now and will soon get more vaccine candidates available to the American public. As we know, there's good data that we're seeing already from other vaccine candidates, albeit tested in other countries. Like the Novavax had some very nice results in a study that was done in the UK and in South Africa. And we have that study ongoing in our own country right now. So there's going to be more vaccines available.
We're getting a variant of this question from a lot of viewers out there, Dr. Fauci. Once the Johnson & Johnson vaccine gets emergency use authorization, and we expect that to be very soon, should people, older people at higher risk, let's say, get priority for the Pfizer and Moderna vaccine, and people who are younger at less risk get the J&J?
Well, we don't know yet, Wolf. That's an excellent question, and you're quite correct that people are asking that, and the answer will come. We know that, as you said, the FDA is evaluating the data from the J&J in their emergency use authorization application. When all that data becomes available and is scrutinized in great detail, the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, which advises the CDC about these things, will come out with a recommendation. So I don't believe that I have enough information right now, Wolf, to answer your question with any great degree of confidence, but we will know reasonably soon when the data become public and available and the ACIP weighs in on that.
We're going to take a break and continue our questioning, but very quickly, what if you get 2 shots of the Johnson & Johnson? Does it become more effective as a result of that?
We don't know that, but it is likely that it will be. And in fact, J&J is already into a study looking at what the effect of a single followed by a boost. So we're going to know that information within a period of time. But you could imagine that if one dose gives you a certain amount, that a boost will certainly make that better.
All righty. See, information that you need. Information that you need. If you young and you only want 1 shot instead of having to come back for a second one, they say that the Johnson & Johnson is 60% something effective. But if you want the Pfizer or Moderna, that they're supposed to be in the 90% range. I look at it like this. People that got money, they get the good drugs. People that don't have money get the generic drugs. Sometimes the generic is just as good as the expensive ones. Other times it's not. It's like when you go to the store, you know a box of Captain Crunch costs you $4. But you know if you get the generic Captain Crunch or the generic Frosted Flakes, it might only be $2.19. It won't taste exactly the same, but it'll do the job. If you want some cereal and that's all you got, you'll get it. So, if it's a choice between being in the ER or being on the ventilator, I guess you'll take any one you can get. Especially if you already got it, you really will take anything you can get. So we just got some good information there. Tomorrow night, when I get off with y'all, I'm going to be doing some shopping. I need to get told y'all I want to get a new test device for that socket right there, because I think the disappointing entry, even though we got the boric acid down still. But I want to go ahead and get some, I was thinking about putting one outside in the hallway at that corner right there. But I definitely want to do that. Also, I'm going to get a regular wide headset. Number one, the microphone worked pretty good with it, and you know we had the cheap one from Walgreens. I want to get one. They got the LED lighting on there, but I want to get one because the Bluetooth is a second off. I don't know if y'all notice, but when I'm singing with a song, I'm a second off. The reason why I haven't done the theme song, the last time I did the theme song, I was off. And y'all didn't say anything. Maybe y'all don't notice because I do it live, but I was off. I was off by a second and a half. So the Bluetooth really ain't working. You know, it's working. We're using it now, but I think I'd rather go back to wired because it's more consistent. And also, I want to take this microphone holder, because the microphone comes with a stand. I gotta find it. It's in one of these bags, but this microphone comes with a desktop stand. So I'm gonna take it down and save it for emergencies. I'm gonna get a wired headset with a microphone like we had before when we were using the Walgreens. You know, just like this. And if it's still there, I saw one for 9 something. It's used, but I saw one for 9 something. I'm going to pick it up tomorrow night when I get off. That's one of the things I'm going to be looking at. We're definitely going to knock that out. But some of y'all might not notice, but I noticed it. And so I think I will go back to wired. But I only want one wire. I don't want no 2 wires, but 1 wire. I'll go back to being wired. And that way I can go directly into the computer, or bring out the 5.1 and go directly out of that, bring out the 5.1 sound card, and I can bring that out and connect it. So either one. But I just didn't want, you know, me being off. And also certain people, when we show the news, it be scratchy in this ear and it's irritating. And it's just certain videos that we show, I hear some scratching in this ear and it's irritating. It doesn't happen all the time, but it didn't happen when we had the cheap from Walgreens. So that's the reason why. Some of y'all are gonna say, well, why are you gonna spend the money? But I am. We're gonna go back to wired because it's more reliable. So we're going to do that. Wednesday, the chill be here. I can't wait. And also the 200 watt light bulb. It's 2 brand new 60 watt up there. It's not bright enough in here. And like I said, by us using the headset, I'll be able to use the microphone on the headset. I won't need this microphone. So I'm going to take this down and I'm going to put the camera, I'm going to put the webcam on the microphone holder and extend it up to give us a view. And because this light is right underneath the camera at an angle, that's what's causing the shadow. So we're going to take care of that. See, we always in progress. We always in progress. We always doing little things behind the scene to improve the show. But like I said, I like, rather than having to aim myself at the microphone, because even though it's a microphone on this, y'all saw how bad the quality was. It was like telephone quality. Because we could use the Bluetooth. I could do the Bluetooth on one ear, but we can do the microphone at 96,000 hertz. But if I use the microphone with this, it's only 8,000 hertz. So even if you don't know what a hertz is, you know 8 versus 96,000, there's no competition. Even if 48, you know, CD quality is 44,000. So 8,000 is like telephone. If you're talking to somebody on the telephone, that's like telephone quality. And so it make the music sound terrible. It make the microphone sound terrible. So I'm just gonna say the heck with the Bluetooth. I'll use it for the bedroom. And every once in a while I'll break it out. Because even when I walk away, it's nice to be able to still hear what's playing. But we'll see. I'm gonna try it out. If I really enjoy, having the 7.1 gaming headset and be able to talk and use the microphone on that, and I can use this microphone to put the camera or to put the light up and have it high. Like I said, I raised the camera up. Y'all probably ain't noticed, but the camera is up, but it's so close to the light. That's what's causing that glare, because the light is right there. If I put my hand in the way, let me see. Ouch, this was burning me. If I put my hand in the way, you probably don't see that glare. Why is it so far behind? Yeah, y'all can see, you don't see that glare. But I move my hand. That's because it's too close to the camera. I mean, it's too close to the webcam. We might look into getting a cheap DLSR. You know, a cheap camera. You know, it ain't gotta be fancy like a Canon, nothing like that, but maybe getting a DLSR instead of using a computer webcam. I was waiting for the prices to come down. And it seemed like when the virus hit, everybody started going YouTube, and it started bidding wars for the webcams, and they got so expensive that we wound up, we got a Logitech, which is name brand, but it's a 720, and then I'm using the OBS to upscale it, and that'll save the computer use, because I got it upscaled, and the computer is taking energy to do that, and bandwidth to do that. So that's why I say the show is always a work in progress. That's why a lot of people say, he's always asking for something. We do it to bring quality to the show. If I enjoy something, I don't mind contributing to make it better. Now, if I don't care about it, then I'm not going to do anything. Something different. Let's get to our next story, y'all. Did we show this already? I skipped over a lot of
This is a safe area by all accounts of people who live here at Union Point, but you can see the crime scene is active and police are over there right now. They were shocked to hear, people who live here, all of the gunshots in the parking lot overnight, and now to hear one man is dead and 3 others injured. Here are a couple of photos from a witness looking out her window as SWAT surrounded the townhouse at Patriot Parkway. This is the Mast Light Apartments. This all happened just before 3 a.m. What police are investigating is a likely party that spilled outdoors and turned to gun violence.
We are aware that several people may have left the area either during or shortly after the incident. We'd like to hear from them if they saw anything. Now would be a good time to come speak to us.
I heard gunshots, and a lot of them. It sounded like maybe a dozen, and I ran to my window and looked out and saw a lot of people running through the parking lot towards Patriot Parkway, getting in cars and leaving. I also saw 2 men who ran to a grassy island.
And that witness says she saw one of those men receiving CPR from police, then rushed to a hospital in an ambulance. The other man was taken into custody. The DA, though, says there are no arrests, and authorities describe a crime scene that extends from the townhouse you see over there all the way through the parking lot, damage to some of those vehicles. They do expect to be here throughout the day investigating, no question about that. And they also, again, want to talk to anyone who saw anything for help with possible arrests. In Weymouth, Josh Brogadier, WCVB, News Center 5.
A lot of violence today for the first of the month. Most people happy during the first of the month. You know, a lot of people get money on the first of the month. Why are everybody so daggone violent? We already saw that. I don't know if we saw that or not. All right, let's see what we can get into. No comments. Oh, that's a year ago. You trying to set me up, huh? Showing up. That's 2 years ago. What the heck? That's 4 years ago. I don't know. This is old, but it look good. Hold on a second. This is old, but I'm gonna check this out.
New at 6, new developments in the case of a teenage boy who was murdered with a machete and found buried in Homestead. Dramatic new video obtained by CBS 4 News shows one of the suspects screaming at a Miami-Dade police detective during her interrogation.
CBS 4's Peter Dench has the video, and he joins us live from the jail in West Miami-Dade. So, Peter, what was that suspect saying?
Well, Rick, Desiree Strickland says she's innocent. She demands that she be released from custody. She even writes an insulting note about police on a table. Now, on this tape, which is part of the evidence in this case, she is very animated. A Miami-Dade police detective responds to an upset and angry 19-year-old Desiree Strickland. She insists she had nothing to do with the horrific murder in June of 2015 of 17-year-old Jose Amaya Guardado. During her interrogation, she cries out nonstop.
All right, now listen, all I want is I want to know what you were involved in. I didn't do anything. Listen, you need to calm down. If you agree to speak to me after I read your rights, I will listen to your side of the story.
Miami-Dade police say Guardado was hacked to death with a machete and found buried in a grave in a wooded area of Homestead.
I didn't do anything, no. You want to talk to me or no? Yes, but I didn't do nothing.
Detectives say Strickland and 3 other young men conspired to murder Guardado, who they knew was a student at a school for at-risk youth, the Homestead Job Corps. Police say Strickland's boyfriend, Kahim Arbello, was the ringleader and a suspected drug dealer. In an arrest report, Strickland had claimed she walked away during the early part of the attack that was finished by Arbello. Miami-Dade Police Detective Juan Segovia tries to reason with Strickland.
You want to talk to me or no?
Segovia tells her she pushed him while they were walking to the interrogation. She has another concern.
You're going to send me in a hot patrol car until I die. You're not going to die. I have asthma. You're not going to die. Okay? If you don't behave in here in the air-conditioned room, okay?
After Segovia leaves, you see Strickland trying to break free of her handcuffs. The tape also shows Strickland removing screws from an electrical outlet and using them to try to pick open her handcuffs. She also scratches the word on a table, MPD, go to hell. Now, police say that Strickland's 3 co-defendants have all confessed. They're all charged with first-degree murder. They say this homicide was triggered by a debt owed to Strickland's boyfriend. We're live in West Miami-Dade. Peter Dench, CBS 4 News.
Peter, thank you.
That's crazy. Yeah, I'm sorry, y'all. That was old, but that was worth it. That was old, but that was worth it. That definitely was worth a look back. Well, I tell you, I don't know what we're going to do with these. I just don't know what we're going to do with these people. I just don't know. Who cares? That's a year ago. That's 5 years ago. What the heck? Now we already covered that. Wait a minute, raw video. Hold on a second. I see raw video. Let's go. All right. They say raw video, no audio. But let's check it out. Nia said, laugh out loud. Yeah, I just could tell. It was something special about that. Yeah, that was worth looking at. She didn't do nothing, but she sat there and tried to escape the handcuffs twice, and wrote messages to the police department. But she ain't guilty. If you ain't guilty, then why are you trying to break out the handcuffs? I mean, what you gonna do? I hate when they say raw video. Doesn't raw video mean that the action, they just cleaning up? All they doing is cleaning up. And this is why I say the police usually get there after the action had happened. And that's what you're saying. Shucks. We showed that yesterday. That's 7 years ago. That's 4 years ago. Here we go. All right. What did she do?
Dallas police arrested 32-year-old Crystal Sanders for a deadly stabbing on Ross Avenue. Responding officers found the victim with stab wounds to the neck on the bathroom floor around 2 this morning. He went to the hospital where he died. Sanders was arrested after talking with detectives and then charged with murder. Katie Johnston for CBS 11 News.
That's it. That's it. I hope she don't flag us. But if y'all get a chance, check out this young lady. Her name is Rinoa Poison. Rinoa Poison. She is freaking hilarious. She a scam beta and she is freaking hilarious.
Did we have a problem with that last time, didn't we?
Yes, ma'am. Yesterday you
if y'all get a chance,
all your card in your account. Like you buy the cards, but don't verify.
I don't want to get flagged. Because I don't know her. But y'all get a chance to watch her. She is friggin' hilarious. She be having those Indian scammers be talking about. She take I want to take you to the hotel. She had one guy say, you have to get me condoms. And she said, what? I don't get dinner first? I left my butt off. Y'all had to watch it. But her name is Rinoa Poison. You can see she got 1,000 views, so a lot of people watching. She is hilarious. That's a year ago. What? Let's check this out. I'm curious.
There have been so heartbreaking stories about people being hurt by this pandemic. A Houston man shared an emotional video online that's now been viewed all over the world. Clifton Wallace opened about his heart issues, getting COVID, and the tough battle he still faces. Stephanie Whitfield has his story.
Like a lot of people, Clifton Wallace's social media shows him at his best. But this weekend, the fitness enthusiast decided to be real.
Well, I was scared. I was scared by the uncertainty.
The 37-year-old was diagnosed with congestive heart failure a decade ago. The last few weeks have been incredibly tough.
They're talking transplants, man, LVADs, all types of things.
In his video viewed thousands of times, he was honest. He says his diet and exercise suffered during the pandemic. Then he got COVID-19.
I won't blame everything on COVID, but I do have a feeling that some things like anxiety, stress, those things did, and COVID had a lasting effect on those with pre-existing issues.
From his hospital in Houston, Cliff told us this experience has taught him a lot.
You got to love yours. You got to love your life, no matter what you're going through. I mean, I've been dealing with this for an entire decade, and nobody knew because it was nobody's problem but my own.
But letting people in has showed the Houston man how many people care. Cliff knows he isn't alone as he faces his toughest health battle yet.
I got this.
Stephanie Whitfield, KHOU 11 News.
I wanted to show that because I have congestive heart failure. I have 2 kinds of heart failure, not just one. And look at that guy was a fitness person and was in great shape. And look what the disease did to him. I don't know what the disease would do to me. I'm being honest. I don't know what that disease would do to me. I don't know how I missed this story. What
New
was
at
that?
noon, a couple facing some really serious charges today, accused of doing the unthinkable.
And police say they sexually assaulted a teenage girl and posted it online. Local 10 News reporter Ian Margle is live in Miami, where the suspects went to before a judge today.
This is a really disturbing case. This couple out of Hialeah being held with no bond, charged with sexually assaulting and exploiting a 16-year-old girl. Their names are Roberto Cuesta and Julieta Votto. They are a boyfriend and girlfriend who live together. He is 27, she is 23, and apparently together they make homemade pornography to sell on the website OnlyFans. But apparently in April of 2020, Cuesta and Votto brought a 16-year-old girl to the Runway Inn in Miami Springs to have sex with her and film it. The 16-year-old told investigators she was high on narcotics at the time and that Cuesta knew that she was 16 when he allegedly raped her. Meanwhile, Votto was allegedly filming the entire thing and then posted a clip of it on her social media page, promoting the full video on their OnlyFans site. Apparently, an investigator from the Department of Children and Families actually told Votto that the girl was a minor, but that she still did not take that video down. And yesterday, both Votto and Cuesta were arrested. Back out live here in Miami, investigators say both of them made full confessions once they were taken into custody yesterday. They are facing a slew of charges. Let me read them off. Unlawful sexual activity with a minor, unlawful use of a communications device, creating pornography with a minor, possession of child pornography, and distribution of child pornography. Again, they are being held without bond. They just faced a judge a little while ago. As soon as we get any updates to this case, of course, we will let you know. Live in Miami, I'm Ian Margle, Local 10 News.
That daggone shame. That is a daggone shame. Did we see this?
As the search continues for a 21-year-old woman accused of killing a man at his La Cantera apartment, we are learning more about the suspect's lengthy criminal history. And it turns out Sasha Scar, a San Antonio native, was recently involved in another homicide in Austin. Devin Clark lays out a timeline of events tied to the murder suspect.
She was once an aspiring music artist, but within the past few years, Sasha Scar has become more popular for other reasons. Travis County records show that back in 2019, Scar was indicted on charges of aggravated robbery with a deadly weapon. Investigators say that she and her boyfriend set up a meeting to allegedly rob a drug dealer, but it ended in an exchange of gunfire that left the drug dealer wounded and her boyfriend dead. Court documents state that Scar left to Converse, where she was caught and taken into custody by the Lone Star Fugitive Task Force in December of 2019. In January of 2020, it appears Scar posted a surety bond, which is a promise to pay. This after signing a form stating that she was indigent. That case is still pending. Now, last month, Scar appeared in a web show promoting her music career, but a few weeks later, she'd be tangled in another murder case. On Tuesday, San Antonio rapper Martel DeRuin, also known as Cardone, was found shot to death in his La Cantera apartment home. It's unclear his relationship with Scar, but police believe she is the one who pulled the trigger.
And right now there is an active murder warrant out for Scar's arrest, and today San Antonio police told me that they do believe wherever she is that she is armed and possibly dangerous. So if you have any information on where Scar is right now, you're asked to call the San Antonio Police Department's homicide unit. The number for that, 210-207-7635. Reporting outside of Public Safety Headquarters, Devin Clark, KSAT 12 News.
Well, how's she gonna hide?
New at noon.
Seriously, how's she gonna hide? Her face is scarred. Why haven't they caught her yet? Seriously, Nia, how does she hide? How do you hide when your face is, her whole face is scarred? I understand that you can put makeup on, but if you go out there in the sun, don't the makeup like wear off? She will constantly have to keep putting makeup on. Y'all should, I mean, people should be able to spot her. I'm just saying. And wherever she at, that person can't have no company, because if they just pop up, you know, I couldn't do it. All right, here
New
we go.
details tonight in the case investigators are building against a local gym owner who works with and coaches young athletes. Floyd Thompson Jr. is accused of sexually assaulting a teenage girl that he was training. KPRC2's Andy Sirota live in Kemah tonight. And Andy, there is a big age difference between Thompson and the girl he's accused of violating.
Chris, Thompson is 23 years older than the alleged victim. He remains behind bars tonight. During her interviews with police, the girl, who was 16 at the time, told investigators that she trusted and believed in him. The alleged victim began training under Floyd Thompson in 2016 when she was 16, with the hopes of getting a scholarship to Baylor University, something he had promised her.
She had an unusual desire to succeed. So if he said, this is what I think you need to do, it's what she did or she tried to accomplish.
According to court papers, Coach Floyd bragged about his connections with track athletes, had ran track at Baylor University, and ran professionally. As time went on, the pair grew closer emotionally and physically.
He ingratiated himself with her family. They all became close.
As the training progressed, their relationship became more private. Thompson was paying her special attention, separating her from the rest of the trainees and giving her rides in his vehicle. According to court papers, Thompson encouraged the teen to talk about sexual acts she performed on her boyfriend. Investigators say Thompson first sexually assaulted her after she split from her boyfriend in 2018 and did so again 3 more times at the gym he owned, all before she turned 17. Police launched their investigation after Thompson's wife found out about the allegations. They recently arrested him in Webster.
I think he was very much in shock of what we were investigating and why at this time it came forward.
Police tell us Thompson was suspended from the national group that he was associated with as a track coach. Police also telling us they believe there may be more victims out there. In fact, they have already talked to a few more women. Reporting live from Kemah tonight, Andy Sirota, KPRC2 News.
And still ahead.
Damn on shame. Damn on shame. Once again, another video that I know is old. Wait a minute. Is this new? No.
Woman who was caught on camera firing shots at a man in the parking lot of a Detroit gas station is waking up behind bars this morning. She was arrested late last night, and our Jennifer Ann Wilson joins us now live from the west side with dramatic video of this incident. Jen.
Oh, we sure do. Now, Malcolm, this is an incident that could have happened anywhere on a dark sidewalk like the one I'm walking on now, but it didn't. It happened at a green light gas station, and that's why police say they were able to identify this woman and catch her so quickly. Now, take a look at this video that we were able to get a hold of. You can see the woman that police say opened fire at a gas station at 4:30 in the morning. This was at Fenkel and Greenfield yesterday at 4:30 in the morning. Now, the woman is one of 4 people who were in a blue Dodge Charger. The other vehicle, a green Pontiac Grand Prix. Now, police say a heated argument broke out between the people in both cars, but that woman, police say, grabbed a handgun and within a matter of seconds fired several shots at the driver of the Pontiac, who then, get this,
runs over one of the men from the other car. This ugly, out-of-control scene all captured with high-resolution cameras, all part of this new Project Greenlight program. Now, the incident ends with both drivers speeding off after a man wrestles the gun away. But shortly after, all occupants in the Grand Prix returned to the scene, surrendered the weapon. The driver who was shot taken to the hospital with unknown injuries. No word on the other man who was hit and run over. Now, the suspect, police say, was 5'2", and again, she is now in custody. This all happened within 24 hours of the incident, and police are crediting this new Project Greenlight for being able to identify and capture her so quickly. Reporting live on Detroit's West Side, I'm Jennifer Ann Wilson, 7 Action News.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Well, let's stay with it. Let's stay with it.
Violent shooting that was caught clear as day on high-definition cameras. And today, a 20-year-old Detroit woman was arraigned on several charges in this very violent crime. Prosecutors say Shamika Burton is the woman who was seen waving a gun and then firing several shots in that video. Guy Gordon was in court for today's arraignment. Guy?
These cameras captured a real Wild West show that night. The gunman, cowhide vest, cowboy boots. It was crazy until you consider what her defense attorney said today, that she had just come from a Wild West party.
It was Cowboys and Indians night at the Lodge Lounge near Puritan. Her attorney alleges some men she encountered here followed her to the gas station after some undisclosed incident. He doesn't dispute that's Burton in the video, but says it's what happened before she entered the camera lens that absolves her.
She might have been acting in defense of others. It appears that she wasn't the aggressor in the situation. It appears that her brother was knocked out and then subsequently ran over by a car.
She began weeping when she heard her mother was in court, but police say this is no innocent cowgirl and requested a $500,000 cash bond.
She has another case pending where she's accused of robbing 2 young ladies at gunpoint, possibly with the same weapon that was used in the crime that she's being arraigned for today.
Prosecutors say this crystal clear video provided by the Project Greenlight cameras was essential to identification and ultimately her conviction. In spite of this incident, the city says this is an effective deterrent.
There's no question it's having a deterrent effect. Every one of the Greenlight gas station owners tells me incidents are down and sales are up. What I'm hearing is seniors are coming back to these gas stations in the evening.
The mayor says he'd like to go from 12 cameras to 100 to make things safer, and the victim is expected to recover. In the meantime, the defense attorney is saying, yes, pictures are effective. He says he has some of his own from that night, from the party. But until he goes to court, he's going to keep those close to his vest. From Detroit's West Side, I'm Guy Gordon, Local 4.
Yeah, now you heard the argument over bond there. Police are suggesting that shooting.
Like I said, that video is old, but man, I didn't mind watching it. I don't understand how you got the gun. Don't nobody teach these young folk. If you got the gun, you don't let anybody get close to you. Now, a dude swung at the gun, and she did not shoot. But then she started to shoot and let the same man tackle her to the ground. You got the gun. If you're not going to use it, don't take it out. I'm just saying, if you're not going to use the gun, don't take it out.
Well, the reward is now $40,000 for information leading to the arrest of the person responsible for killing a child and her father. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms is the latest to add money to the reward fund. 7-year-old Demaya Fleming and her father, Darian, were both shot and killed last Sunday in the Central West End.
That's it. I know that costs an arm and a leg. That's the baby mama jama right there. I know that costs an arm and a leg. I can't look at it. I got too many stairs. 6 months ago. Yeah, I'm tired of deadly shootings. Tired of it. Once again, another old video. I gotta see this. Come on, y'all. I gotta see this.
Or fallout from that disgusting video shot inside of a Popeyes on the east side.
I want to see
franchise
this.
owner has fired 2 people, including the manager who was on duty at the time.
7 Action News reporter Kimberly Craig has been talking to the health department today. And Kim's, is that Popeyes still closed?
Yes, Glenda and Dave, all day today they've remained closed. And again, they were also closed yesterday, as you'll remember, but employees have been coming and going, and so have city inspectors.
This tea been open all day. It got chicken in the tea. I swear to God, there's chicken in the tea. I'm not even lying.
After Shakita Jones went live on Facebook to document the rather unsettling and unsanitary conditions inside this Popeyes, we've learned the franchise owner has fired the manager who was on duty and another employee. Jones says she had only been working here for about 3 weeks when she had had enough and took the video before she quit.
How old is this Reese? How old is this Reese? When I filled out the application, it didn't say we had roaches, you got to kill them, you have to step on them. It didn't say that you would be in a dirty environment. It didn't say your manager was going to be calling you out your name, acting like you was him. It didn't say none of that type of stuff. It didn't say you had dead flies in the ice.
Today, the Popeyes on Gratiot near 7 Mile remain closed with workers hired to tidy up outside and inside. Inspectors with the City of Detroit's Buildings and Safety Department on site to assist the Health Department as they continue their investigation. A spokesperson for the Health Department says management at this Popeyes location is fully cooperating and has agreed to voluntarily remain closed until all priority violations are in compliance.
What in the world?
Doesn't make any sense. People shouldn't have to come to restaurants and expect this at all.
And we did expect the health department's report, including their findings, to be released today, but we're now told that report may not be out until the end of the week. We will certainly keep you updated. Reporting live on the city's east side, Kimberly Craig, 7 Action News.
All right, Kim, thank you. We're going to...
For those of y'all in Detroit, don't go to Popeyes. God darn. that was worth a look. Right here in old. That was worth a look. I'm sorry, that was worth a look. Oh, shucks. Ah. All right, y'all. I think we wore the news out today. I think we wore the news out. Nia says she'll be right back. That was crazy. Let's take a musical break. I very seldom play this song. I'll play it.
Come on, come on. The greatest show on earth. Let me introduce you to an MC that's been rocking since 1978. One of the greatest old school MCs you'll ever see. Introducing BROTHA for One Man Show. Thanks for that intro, yo. Like I said, this goes out to all them old school MCs, the ones who laid the foundation. I know because I was there. They put out one of the one-hit wonders and then vanished. And now this whole music has been flipping around. It's called hip-hop now. And these young suckers spitting out rhymes don't make no sense. Talk about getting shot, murder, kill, drugs, bling-blinging. Ain't saying a damn thing. It's time to show you how rap used to be done. If you're riding in the back of my sedan, if you like what you're hearing, then wave your hands. If you don't like it, then keep it to yourself. I only play my joints, nothing else. Blame doing my block, so don't knock on pop trash or pop on an instrumental. I'll let you go for yours. Before you open your mouth, be sure you can blow. Be sure you can blow, because so many MCs spit out lines without thinking they don't plan. Instead of sounding dope, they sound bland. Yo, they missed the mark like a blind man. They're lost in the dark. Enough time to switch like a bomb. I always hit the target with the burst of energy. There's no other musician like me, a young star in the making, taking no shit. Are we back? Wait a minute. I was going to come back on the phone. Y'all should be able to hear me. All right, so are we back? Are we live? Derrick. Someone come on to the greatest show on earth. Let me introduce you to an MC that's been rocking since 1978. One of the greatest old school MCs you'll ever see. Introducing BROTHA, the one-man show. Thanks for that intro, yo. Like I said, this goes out to all them old school MCs, the ones who laid the foundation. I know because I was there. They put out one of the one-hit wonders and then vanished. And now this whole music has been flipping around. It's called hip-hop now. And these young suckers spitting out rhymes don't make no sense. Talk about getting shot, murder, kill, drugs, bling-blinging. Ain't saying a damn thing. It's time to show you how rap used to be done. If you're riding in the back of my sedan, if you like what you're hearing, then wave your hands. If you don't like it, then keep it to yourself. I only play my joints, nothing else. Blame doing my block, so don't knock on pop trash or pop on an instrumental. I'll let you go for yours. Before you open your mouth, be sure you can blow. Be sure you can blow, because so many MCs spit out lines without thinking they don't plan. Instead of sounding dope, they sound bland. Yo, they missed the mark like a blind man. They're lost in the dark. Enough time to switch like a bomb. I always hit the target with the burst of energy. There's no other musician like me, a young star in the making, taking no shortcut. The only MC with the courage to invent my own style, my own sound. You want autographs? Well, stand in line and watch free, because in 5 years it won't be. So take that, cause I'm bringing the old school payback. Hey! damn it when it counts. When I start the rest, you better bounce. 1 round was more valuable than an ounce of crack to an addict. I've been spending those with the short attention span. When I drop a lyrics, I know you understand the first time you don't have to rewind. I keep it simple, I'm annoying like a pimple, like a rash. I spread all of your ASS in a flash. Styles I stash in the trunk. My people started pump the speakers, plus the tweeters. I'm halfway done through this track. I can't wait for a play black, putting old school back on the map, creating a balance. Creating a challenge to this hip-hop rap. I don't want to be like you, sing like you, sound like you, things I found on you. You must want to be like each other because your voices are intertangled. Like I said, a Siamese twins, devoid of any individuality, a blended old quality gibberish of high slang, the same old yin yang. You want to be hard? You call yourself God, guess what? I call you retarded. So take that, cause I'm bringing the old school back.
You ain't heard of Flow. Be checked out. The One Man Show.
I'm burning both ends like a candle. Spray paint lyrics like a vandal. I do my damage in jet, so don't cause me no threat. Well, I treat you like a beggar. Your style is fragrant. You need a new fragrance. I need to take your semen, take your cushion, crack a dip. And the top 10 times to the stand. Stop rating. Your mouth like a bit. It's too late to atone for your sins. Hold up. This is the last verse. Let me rap in this verse, my bro. Teach the art of old school crews who didn't do that job. Now rappers confused with this new infusion of the rats who couldn't find their way through a trap or the map or compass. They blow it up, spitting so much till their microphones rust. Please give me a break. Stop propping up these no-time fakes who couldn't scratch an itch or set the pitch. They wouldn't know the difference between a saxophone or a trombone. Like E.T., they better own home and break themselves for the invasion. Soft MCs, I'm hating like a fraternity. Stripping you of your pride, the cavalry has arrived. I'm leaving you punks petrified. Take that, cause I'm bringing the old school payback. This is for the suckers, they did the rap. I'm bringing the old school payback. It ain't heard of you can check out the One Man Show. This is for the young the One Man Show. Like I said, you can't dispute a damn thing like that because you know it's true. Now, it's time for old folks like you to step up, turn this jump back around, put on that same jump. Peace. I'm out. The One Man Show.
This is Minister Brother Derrick. I'm coming at y'all real. And that's what I do. It's really hard to be a Christian in 2020. Yes, it is. Everybody seems to have a double stamp on us. And we don't get no respect in the world. We are considered weak. We are considered soft. We are considered dumb for believing in the book. But yet these people have no morals. And you see where the world is going to. We get no credit. So this is for those who are hanging on, who are remaining, who are clinging on to Jesus. Let's get it. Every day I dance before the Lord. So I stay connected to Jesus like an extension cord. I walk upon the stripe as long as my name is in the book of life. Let my light shine. Let it broadcast worldwide. Let Jesus be my guide. And if he lets me live another day, I'll continue to come to the people and say, stop being selfish, stop sitting and come to God and start winning. I roll with the Lord who is in control. Heaven is my goal, this earth is the first level. I help my fellow man deal with the devil. He's a liar, he's a fraud. His desire is to keep me away from my God. To most people I come off as righteous, but if tempted, I might just do a few of the things that God can't stand, he frowns on. Every day I've been reborn, I've been hit with many opportunities. I cannot remain in unity with the Holy Father. Sometimes I wonder if the Father. I remain devout, but it feels like I'm missing out. Most of the people that I meet who lie, steal and cheat, seem content, while Christians like me, our time is spent struggling. It should be the other way around. I'm not complaining, but how can you tell someone who's living it up to give it up when they're posting high? Doing right is a headache. There's got to be a better road to take. You know, a middle ground between Jesus and Satan. I know who to follow. See, I'm not debating, but what I'm waiting for. Satan is winning the battle, but God is winning the war. Every day I dance before the Lord, so I stay connected to Jesus like an extension cord. I welcome all the stripes as long as my name is in the book of life. So let my light shine, let it broadcast worldwide. I let Jesus be my guide, and if he lets me live another day, I'll continue to come to the people and say, stop being selfish, stop standing there, come to God and start winning. I roll with the Lord who is in control. Getting to heaven is my goal. This earth is the first level. I help my fellow man deal with the devil. He's a liar, he's a fraud. His desire is to keep me away from my God. It's a struggle every day to stay on course. I'm behind the enemy line, so I use the word of God as my force, my resource. Becoming immune to the negativity that surrounds me. The devil has a bounty on my head. Sometimes I dread coming outdoors. I feel like I've been drafted for war. But it's okay, the devil can play his mind game, but he can't hurt me where it counts. That's firstly. He tries to distract me physically, financially, but these things don't mean jack to me. I turn my back to thee. It's not easy. It's in man, nature to be greedy. So I always want what we can't have. A material thing mean nothing to me. Hey, don't make me laugh. A Buick or a Benz, what's the difference? It's all show. Cause both of these vehicles take me where I got to go. But if I cheat or steal, then I lose God's protection. For a house, for a Lexus, to be under the direction of a sick demon. Goal is to own my soul, no thanks. I roll with the Lord who is in control. Every day I dance before the Lord, so I stay connected to Jesus like an extension cord. I welcome all the stripes as long as my name is in the book of life. Let my light shine, let it broadcast worldwide. I let Jesus be my guide, and if he lets me live another day, I continue to come to the people and say, stop being selfish, stop sinning. Come to God and start winning. Minister Brother Derrick. Let's get it.
Let's get it. Do I have it in 8D? Yes, I do. I got it in 3D. Okay. Watch over me as I work. I can't be hurt by Satan. He's waiting, baiting me for temptation. It's hard to resist, so I depend on the gift of the Holy Spirit. I'm gracious that you found me worthy of your love. I've never seen you, but I know you're above and have. I have work to do. Everything I do.
Everything that I do for you.
Everything I do.
Everything I do for you.
It's all the same. I only live to praise. Everything I do. Everything I do. So I back down knowing one day I wear a crown, never wear a frown in God's majesty. Thank you, Jesus, taking my place on the cross. I can't ever repay for the pain and loss you suffered. But the knowledge of pearl. Am I saved? I think so. Well, Lord, help me let them grow. Make me bold like St. Paul. I don't want to save one. I want to save them all. Everything I do. Lord, everything I do. I only live to praise your name. Everything I do, Lord, all that I am, a blessing from you, I believe. The host of hosts, I want to spread your name from coast to coast, not the boat. Who are missing out? Don't let me get distracted. I'm gonna take some of the items that I don't need. But let me be on the right give the knowledge of your word. So I can witness to those who haven't heard. Don't let me fall into the trap. I'm feeding my flesh instead. Let me recognize that and use that. And they just say, the world has no power. Let the spirit shower me every hour. They don't think cool words. Lord, you are the steward of my ship. Everything that I do. Everything I do. Everything I do. And notice God. One more song, and then we'll get back to the one more song. All right, everybody. Minister Brother Derrick here. I just want to do this real quick. It's 4:39, so let's go ahead and get it. Let's just go ahead and get this. I'm going to drop it for you. Stop, look, and listen. Please stop resisting. It's a new day. Let's try a new way. Jesus put an offer on the table, and everyone out there is now able to come home with God in your heart. You're never alone if you believe me. You don't need that weed. Give Jesus a hug and put down those drugs. The victory over death is already won. So why are you picking up that gun? If your spirit is activated, now think. Why do you need that alcoholic drink? Because the devil tells you. He rules you. He fools you. But the minister is here to school you. I'm here to preach. I'm here to teach. And it's you I'm trying to reach through this song that I compose. When Jesus comes back, only God knows. Are you ready? Or are you set heavy? Are you ready? Or are you set heavy? You won't be if you follow me. Alright, come on with it now. Oh God, what can I say about thee? You still love us sinners and you offer your grace for free. I'm not worthy, but you still search me out of a life of sin. And with Jesus' help, I know I can win. I love serving my Lord. He opens the door to a relationship with God. This is the only way in. In the name of Jesus, I always pray and I lay myself as a footstool for the lost demons. I know that fools. It's not cool to be a believer, but I'm not with my soul in the hands of the deceiver, a wicked devil who brings nothing but trouble. I put my desires on ice and long for reaching paradise. A day with no pain, no stress. You gave me the way, and now I'm blessed. You can test me, let the devil stress me. But baby, hell is one place I don't want to see. So stop, look, and listen. Please stop resisting. It's a new day. Let's try a new way. Are you ready? Or are you sent heavy? Stop, look, and listen. Please stop resisting. It's a new day. Let's try a new way. Minister, Brother Derrick. I hope y'all enjoyed that. Peace, everyone. Alrighty, y'all. And that song. The song is very simple. The Spirit tells me what to write, and I write it down. When I'm talking to you, the Spirit tells me what to say. That's why can't nobody come over here and say, we don't know what we're talking about. Or catch me saying something that's not true. Because then if you say, I say something that's not true, you saying the Holy Spirit is lying. But I tell y'all, listen to the song that I composed. When Jesus comes back, only God knows. Are you ready or are you sin heavy? We've been talking a lot about sin this week. And I know we got Bible study in a couple days. But let me check something real quick. Because I don't know, did it restart? No, it didn't restart on the timer. It restarted on the OBS. But we had 5 hours and 22 minutes. So let me go ahead and speak on this because the Spirit is telling me to say it. So let's just go ahead and continue with it until it's time to go. Look, y'all. We don't know when Jesus is coming back. And a lot of y'all are taking a risk. You seriously taking a risk. Because you are not making the connection with Jesus. You're not getting under his wing. You're not letting him into your heart. You're not letting him go to work inside you to change you. Let him come in. Stop worrying about what the kids is doing. Stop worrying about what your boss is saying. Stop worrying about what your neighbors are saying. Stop worrying about what your politicians are saying. Find Jesus and worry about what he says. When he comes into your heart, mind, and soul, you got to hand the reins over to him. If you riding a horse and wagon, the horse goes by what you do with the reins. You got to hand those reins over to Jesus. Or a better word, control. Because see, man's number one sin is we want to do what we want to do. That's our number one sin. That's what separates us from every other being on the planet, and that's what separates us from God. God created us to worship him. If you can't put Jesus and God first in your life, if you're more concerned about what you're going to eat for breakfast tomorrow, if you're more concerned about what's coming on Love and Hip Hop or Empire tonight, if you're more concerned about what your neighbors is doing next door, you put everybody and everything else first, but you won't put the person that created you first. You won't put his son who decides whether or not you have eternal life or you go into the lake of fire. You don't give that a thought. And you're not going to give it a thought until you stand in there with that furnace burning and he got that book open, and then you're going to have a million excuses. And how are you going to give an excuse to a being that came down here and lived 32 years as you did? What excuse can you give him when all you had to do was just follow his word? He came down here and he showed you how to act. You don't pay it no mind. The book of Matthew has so much information in it from Jesus. Matthew was very good at writing down the good stuff. His parables. Did you study the parables? Do you understand Jesus' temperament? The way he handled things. See, when you go to churches, they try to tell you that Jesus was a punk. Jesus will call out people on a dime. He will call out the Pharisees and the teachers of the law. He will call out the people that was doing wrong. But what really irritated him was people that thought because they had a title, or thought because they had money, or thought because they had looks, that they did not have to humble themselves to God. Where did you get the looks from? Where did you get the ability to generate that money? It came from God. The fact that you woke up today, that you woke up yesterday and the day before that, it was because God allowed you to. The fact that you can breathe is because He breathed His breath into you. You were made to worship Him, but you worship yourself. You worship your car. You worship your house. You worship your bank account. You worship your mate. You worship everything but the person who created you. The topic of this week has been sin. If you enjoy sin, you have no connection with Jesus or God the Father, especially with God the Father. Jesus was created to deal with us. He can deal with our bull crap. God ain't gonna deal with it. That's why Jesus is in charge of who get to go. God can't stand and look at us when we in our sinful state. But you got preachers telling you, oh, Jesus and God, they softy. Just do what you want to do. As long as you say, I believe in them, they're going to let you go. That's what they preaching to you. And that's not the way. You have to first identify what sin is. Sin is anything that God hates. And I told y'all yesterday, we went and looked. Anything that God abhors is sin. The 10 Commandments is sin. If you lust after somebody else's mate, that's a sin. If you're a woman and you were not a virgin when you had sex with your husband, that's not a marriage that God made. That's a man-made marriage. But okay, it's too late to go back. Ask for forgiveness and have that sin washed away and be the best wife or husband you can be. But when you learn, if you were young and you didn't know, when you get older, you do know. And yet you still keep going out there and sleeping with every Tom, Dick, and Harry. You keep defying Jesus and God. You keep throwing what they hate in their face. And you expect to be up there with them. Why would they want you? You got ministers that tell you, God is love. God can't hate. All through the Bible it says God hates sin. They lying to you. They're telling you what they want you to hear so you can reward them. They know that if they tell you you can keep sinning, that you will take care of them. But if you tell them that they can't sin, they might not come back. You don't come back, they don't get no money. Remember, the clergy were not allowed to own things back then. Everything they got came from the people. So when God and Jesus abandoned the people and let the other nations take them over, the Jebusites, the Hittites, the Babylonians, the Romans, the clergy had to tell the people what they wanted to hear. because they were being scattered throughout different nations. But they weren't trained how to work. They don't know how to make a boat. If you listen to Saul, Saul will tell you, because Saul was educated, Saul was trained. Saul worked. He actually got his hands dirty. The clergy of that day didn't do anything except preach and do sacrifices. When Jesus died, they didn't need to do the sacrifice. The sacrifice was you took an animal and the animal took your place in death. See, sin leads to death. So when you sin and you admit it, instead of you dying, you put an animal, whether it be a lamb, cow, 2 doves, 2 pigeons, whatever you could afford. You took it to the priest and they put it on the altar. And you confessed the sin, and they had a routine of how they would drain the blood, they would cut the neck off, drain the blood, they would put the fat on the altar. And therefore, you could be forgiven. The priest would take the meat and they would cut it up and put it to the side. And they would store it up. And that's how they ate. When you brought the animals there, you were feeding the priests and their families. When you come to the temple and you put money in the collection plate, you feed the priest. When you tithe, you feed the clergy. That 10%, if you sold apples, you brought 10% of your crop and you gave it to the clergy. If you had goats, you took 10% of the goats you had and you gave it to the priest. If you sold melons, you took 10% of your melons, you brought it to the temple and you took care of the priest. That's what the tithing is. I ain't doing no tithing. The Reverend drive a Cadillac. He don't need my money. That's not for you to say. That's something that came from God. God said, you will give 10% to me. And when you give it to him, he gives it to the people that work for him. And that is the clergy. But when the people wouldn't listen to God, and when the clergy turned against God and started doing for themselves, we became further and further apart from God. How do we get back? We get back through Jesus. But if you're not letting Jesus into your heart, you ain't getting nowhere and you ain't going nowhere. You can talk to me till you blue in the face. You can make up all the excuses you want to make. The fact of the matter is, if you choose to sin over Jesus and God, you're going to spend thousands of years on the slow burn, down there in Hades, baby hell, torments, whatever you want to call it. And then when Jesus come back, you're going to line up. See, his followers, they're going to go up in the rapture. The people that really follow Jesus, he's going to take them up in the rapture. They're not going to have to experience that.
But those of you that do what you want to do, that insist on doing what you want to do, those of you that ignore, because people like me come up to you all the time. You be on the bus, somebody will come up to you. You be at the bus stop. You be standing in front of the bar. Somebody will come up to you. You be walking down the street. You say it's a crazy man out there with a megaphone, but that man is telling you, whether you think he's crazy or not, he's telling you, come to Jesus. You're like, oh, shut up, man. Oh, you crazy. You autistic. You get out my face. You don't want to hear it. You don't want to hear it. Why don't you want to hear it? Because deep down, you know deep down, something is wrong. But you can't stop. You just love doing what you want to do. You can't stop yourself. Admit it. You love doing what you want to do. This is the problem. The minute that we took a bite of that apple, we weren't about God. Because see, Adam and Eve, before they bit the apple, they had the animals waiting on them hand and foot. They did whatever they were told to do by Adam and Eve. But Adam and Eve were waiting for God to come. And that's what God wanted. People made in his image that he can come down and have a good time with. He made people. He made us in the closest vision or image to him as possible. The angels weren't made that way. Not even the devil was made that way. Why do you think he hates you? Why do you think the devil hates you? He doesn't like you. He hates you. When God told Adam and Eve, if you eat from one of these two trees, you will surely die. But here's the catch. One of them trees was the tree of life. If they ate from that tree of life, they still be here. Wouldn't nobody die. The planet will be bulging with people. When the devil heard that they would surely die, the devil said, okay, we're going to trick them. He said, the man is harder than the woman. We'll focus on the woman. And he got Eve to take that apple. How did he get her to do it? He got Eve to believe that she would have a one-up on Adam. She could show Adam that she was his equal. I done something that you ain't done. I ate from the tree. You was too scared. So here, eat something now. Because now, I know more than you. I'm better than you. And even though Adam knew it was wrong, he didn't want her to have more than what he had. So the devil thought that God was going to kill him. Why did the devil want God to kill Adam and Eve? Because he was jealous. He was jealous. Because Adam and Eve had God's pure spirit. We had the attributes that God had.
we can do something that the angels can't do. We can do something that very few beings can do. We can reproduce. We one of the few beings that can set our own destiny. We can decide what we're going to do. The devil challenged God's sovereignty into saying, look how I got your people to do what I wanted them to do. I can get them to worship me. They're not worthy. We're not going to serve these beings. We seen you make them out of dust. They can't fly. They got no magical powers. And a third of the angels agreed. They left God and came down and joined with the devil. That's who we call the demons or fallen angels. They were in agreement. We're not going to worship these little toys you made. But they didn't realize what all the power they supposed to have. We something they not. They just beings that God made to do a particular thing, the same way an animal does a particular thing. They don't know why they do it, they just do it. It took a great move for the devil to turn against God. It took a lot of effort to get a third of the angels to agree. It don't take us no effort. We want to do something. We just do it. We want to change our mind, we just change it. Just let it marinate for a second. If you go look in Revelations, the first person to go into the lake of fire was the devil. The devil, the Antichrist, and the beast. They the first three in the pit. It was written, depending on the Roman calendar. I don't want to sound repetitive, but I want to beat it into your head. If we go with the Roman calendar, the devil and the demons have known that they are going in the lake of fire. They've known for 2,021 years. They've known for 2,021 years. Yet, they haven't repented. They hate you so much that they will go into the lake of fire as long as they can pull you with them. Let them run it. So when you ignore what God says for you to do, you telling the devil, I want to join you in the pit. That's what you're saying. And he'll take you with him because he's happy to. He's jealous of you. We decide what we want to do. We decide our destiny. And if you read the Old Testament, God spends his time, well, he's actually got Jesus on it. They spend their time trying to get you to do what they want you to do. And as you go through Exodus and just keep on going, you see people do what they want to do. When they were freed from the Egyptians, they walking around the desert complaining, man, we were better off with the Egyptians. At least we had meat. We got to eat this manna every day. And got down and down. We ain't got no daggone water. And got down and man. And see, y'all keep trying to say that Jesus is a punk. Jesus put the scorpions on him. But 1,000 of them died that day. But you got ministers telling you that Jesus is a sissy. He ain't gonna do nothing. Shoot. Go read that Bible. See what happened to them people in the desert. Go check out what happened to Sodom and Gomorrah. Check out what he did with the flood. That don't sound like a punk to me. Look at what he did to the Egyptians. But what became evident was, because I remember the first time I read about Moses going up on the mountain. If you read up to that point, every time you turned around, the people were complaining. And I kept saying, why would God keep Moses up on the mountain for 40 days? You got people that's antsy. You got people that's thinking about going back to the Egyptians to be slaves. They feel safer because they're not getting no meat. And when they did ask for meat, God told Jesus to give them so much meat that it was just stinking, laying around stinking. Just had them buried in it. All kind of flies and stuff was hanging around, rotten meat everywhere. He left. Why would he keep Moses up on the mountain for 40 days and 40 nights when the people were so jittery and they were so ready to go back to being slaves to the Egyptians for the stability? You know why he did it? Because, see, I didn't understand at first. I was like, why would God do this? The people are jumpy. They half of them ready to go back and beg the Egyptians to let them be slaves. I'm sure it happened on the Underground Railroad. That's why Harriet Tubman carried a gun. If you try to turn back, she'd blow you away. You not messing this up for us. You'll go back there, they'll whip you, you tell us what's going on, and then they'll shut down the Underground Railroad. People always get nervous when they're out on a limb. He took these people and got them out there in the desert. But see, with all the complaining they did, he couldn't do anything with that generation. God knew he couldn't do anything with that generation. He purposely kept Moses up there for 40 days and 40 nights. The same way that he kept the ark. He made it rain for 40 days and 40 nights. As he got rid of the evil people and all the demons and the giants that were made from the demons
having sex with our women back then. He drowned all of them. God said that he wouldn't do that again. But what he did was say, I'm going to keep them up here 40 days. We're going to see what they do. If they rebel, I'm not taking them into the new land. I need y'all to see how this works. I'm taking you through the history. I want you to see how it works. Moses left his brother Aaron in charge. For those of you who don't know, I've told you several times, the tribe of the Levites are the sons of Aaron, Moses' brother. The priests are the sons of Aaron. Now, I want to show you how this ties together. After Moses had been up there for a while, the people got antsy. And they started telling Aaron, Moses has deserted us, he's not coming back. We need to start worshiping the Egyptian gods. We need to make calves to their idols. We need to start making statues out of gold. They started to dance. They started to have sex like the Egyptians did. And while Moses was up there doing the tablets or whatever, Jesus looking down there like, hey, they down there freaking out. And God is like, yeah, that's what I thought they would do. That's why they're not going to the new world. Now, Moses didn't go to the new world because he broke the tablets. That's why Moses didn't go to the new world. But that generation that did all that foolery while Moses was up on the mountain, that same generation that complained about having to eat manna every day, that complained about not having no meat, that complained every step of the way. And God told them, your clothes ain't worn, your sandals ain't worn. You get enough manna to eat every day. You get water to drink. What you keep complaining for? And see, that's just it. We always gonna complain. Always complain about something. Because we're gonna find something to complain about. But God said we're gonna do the same thing we did with the flood. It rained 40 days and 40 nights. He kept Moses on that mountain for 40 days and 40 nights. And he made them wander around for 40 years until the whole generation died off. And he tried to do it with the children, and it still didn't work. He tried to do it with the children. It didn't work. Because with everything he did with them, helping them conquer nations, giving them gold and power, and letting them defeat everybody, they still forgot about it. They even said, they had said before Moses went up the mountain, don't have God talk to us. Let God tell you what he wants us to hear, because we scared to hear his voice. So they dissed God right there. Then the next generation said, you know what? After they got the new land, you know what they said? They disrespected God again. And they said, we want a king. Well, God was that king. No, we want a king like the other people. Wait a minute. I have separated you out to be separate and made you fed among every land. And you still want to be like them people. Yeah, we want a king. You have a king. Nah. We want a king like everybody else. So the adults, or should I say that generation before, dissed God. And now the children have dissed God.
They asked for a king, so God wasn't good enough. God was not good enough. And to this day, God is not good enough for you. Jesus is not good enough for you, is he? He's not good enough for you. You'll run behind everything else, but you won't run behind him. Wake up, people. All right, we at the 5 hour and 57 minute mark. So I'm going to get out of here. Y'all have a blessed night. And I will see y'all tomorrow. Thanks everybody for coming. Thanks for the donation, Jacilia. And I will see y'all tomorrow. We out of here. Thanks for watching, everybody. Peace. In the screen. Bye, y'all. And then again. Dismiss.